Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here and leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and happy Easter to all those who follow the path of Christ and what Christ represented. And of course, I think most of the Christians missed it. But we're going to cover a little bit of that today, since it is the day of transmutation, if we can put it that way. And of course, this is what Christ showed us all, and this is what we've all missed, not intentionally, but we were misled. I think we'll go into the 586th a little bit, and something about the store, a little bit in the X channel of some of Mr. Keshe's posts, and then we'll hear a bit of the teaching and maybe even cover something about toothpaste today that you can take a look at and investigate for your own. And as we hear in the disclaimer, no peer review. It's all what you decide and how you decide it. And again, this will get us into this understanding that we don't need intermediaries here or in the universe. But again, that's all for you to decide according to your intelligence, according to your knowledge. And as we know, no soul has a corner on knowledge. Maturity levels, perhaps, but no corner on knowledge. So we thank you all for appearing today. And of course, as he said, there's going to be massive investments throughout the world, but particularly he mentioned the United States. And I think we're coming closer and closer to this point. We'll discuss that a little bit more. I know the science advisor of President Trump, I remember Mr. Keshe saying how much Kamala enjoyed science, and now this new fellow, Michael Krostioff, will just take a look at something he released or gave a speech at a few days ago. But before we go into anything further, I think we need to, again, just reconfirm our ethos in a way, our ethics about this understanding of the World Peace Treaty. And again, this is not something the Keshe Foundation is collecting. This is something between you and your soul. And of course, the rest of creation, as you'll be interacting. And your soul is part of a chain, a never-ending chain in a way of creation and the process of creation. Your true children, as we understand, come out of your soul in the future time. So being peaceful, creating that peaceful star, that peaceful galaxy, that peaceful universe is all part of what we're here for, but we've never understood. This is what Mr. Keshe started out in the 586 workshop, how little we know about the stars and the galaxies and the movements, and how much little we know about ourselves. So we're exploring that. It's a gift, as Mr. Keshe said, we teach freely, and not only here, but across the universe. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can use any search engine and find the Keshe World Peace Treaty, something the world leaders will sign. I think many of them have signed it already, maybe in the background. And the religious leaders will also sign and perhaps take off their frocks, or perhaps I was thinking even start teaching the true knowledge of the Creator and the process of creation. But we're just going to read this to reconfirm our ethos and our understanding of becoming a peaceful creation in so many ways. I think we are a peaceful creation, but we've sort of drifted off the path in a way. Even those who've come to this planet apparently have gotten co-opted into this easy way of doing things, and then sort of got settled into it and forgot who they were. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'd like to give anyone an opportunity. And of course, this is a cornerstone of the understanding, becoming a peaceful, that we don't have to kill or destroy anything. As we understand, the Creator doesn't destroy any of its creation to survive. And this is what we're mimicking. This is what we're replicating. Yes? Somebody has a mic open?
No? Yes, it's me.
Oh,
I'm trying to find a little bigger version other than what I have on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I just found it. I can read it if you want me to.
If you'd like to, sure. Always good to hear another field, another interaction, another voice.
Okay. The World Peace Treaty. We, or I, as citizens of this earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with our community or family or nation, territory, council, religion, town, body, and soul. And I sign, or we sign, and it may be witnessed or not. Our soul is the witness. After signing this treaty, be proud to display the certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone who can see, oops, now how do I scroll? You're going to have to scroll.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah, okay. After signing this treaty, be proud to display the certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Yes, we know that the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe and on this planet, as everything has come from the Creator. And when we see it manifested or not manifested, we call it the love of the creation in a way. So I don't think we'd go and destroy the Creator, and we shouldn't destroy any of its creation, as I understand it. But we're all learning. And again, this takes time to get into this position because it's taken us decades or longer as humanity to get mixed up. It's going to take us a little bit of time to get unraveled in a way from this position. But as Mr. Keshe said, these systems that are being developed are made to help you to reach that level until you reach it on your own. And then, in a way, you don't need the system anymore. And some people may not need the system at all. As he said, you don't need these systems. But until you learn, I think if you're connected at all to the physicality, the systems will help you in a way to detach. And of course, we've heard from Gerhardt and, well, Gerhardt specifically at this point about how things have changed in just a very short period of time, receiving the Twinity, cosmic ray Twinity Magrav system. And of course, even as Christ had said, if you think it, you have as much as committed it in so many ways, whether that's accurate or not. But we know we have the teaching of the three wise men about thinking good, about speaking good, and about acting good. So I think your thoughts can create some sort of imbalance of fields, or your speech, we know, can. And again, it's for us to understand it on ourselves and apply it to ourselves, not me sort of applying it to anyone else other than myself. And as an example, people will feel that and understand that, I think. Thank you, Erm. And before we go any further, since this is the day of the resurrection, in a way, of Christ who was put on the cross. And we've learned a lot from Mr. Keshe. I was totally fooled by what I was taught in the holy books and the shedding of the blood and the saving of humanity and all the rest of this. But we know the story has been rewritten numerous times. And now we understand a deeper understanding, which, of course, as Mr. Keshe has shared with us, that Christ did not die on the cross. He actually walked off the cross as a new man. He didn't walk off the cross. They actually carried him off the cross. They thought he was dead and put him in the tomb, or his disciples or whatever, and then he was in the tomb. The soul went out, apparently, but the physicality was still alive. And where do we hear an example of this? You can say, oh, that's silly. Everyone knows he's dead. They wouldn't have taken him off the cross unless he was dead. But we were shared a story about how in Europe years and years ago, and I don't know how this started, maybe they had to dig up one person and maybe they left a ring or something they wanted to recover or something, and they dug up the buried person who they thought was dead, And when they opened the coffin to remove whatever they wanted to remove, or just to see the body again or whatever, they found out that that individual had been scratching inside of the coffin, and that that person was actually alive when they buried him. So they came up with an ingenious idea. And what they would do is they would attach a string with a pipe that went down into the coffin, that if that person would awake, that they would ring the bell. They would pull the string, and they would, people outside would hear the bell ringing, and of course they would exhume the coffin or the body. And apparently on a number of occasions they actually found people that are alive. We see this in morgues many times, where they think people are dead, and apparently on certain occasions, not often, they find out that the person is actually alive. And of course, this is what Christ showed us, the process of transmutation. Yes, he was a wanted man. He'd done some offenses in different ways, and we may not want to talk about that right here exactly, but so he was crucified. He accepted to go through that process. But when I used to read the holy books, I never understood, when he appeared to Mary in the tomb, she did not recognize him. And I was saying, how could she not recognize Jesus or Christ? And apparently, when you transmute, you can change your physical appearance, or you may not change your physical appearance, depending. But since Christ was a sought after man, he had to change his appearance, as I understand it. And then, of course, the way he convinced Mary that he was the Christ was that he shared stories in the past that only Mary and Christ would know about. And after he explained to her some of these stories of where they had been or experiences they had had together, she confessed, "You are the Christ," even though he didn't appear. But he had the same soul, but a different physicality. And then, of course, traveling to northern Spain and southern France, which he carried out the rest of the physical existence on this planet. And that's what's been shared with us by Mr. Keshe. One of the things that has been shared, I wanted to bring up this this other little clip from the 305th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, as I remember this. And this is a video we made years ago. Of course, 305 Knowledge Seekers Workshop is a number of years ago, as we do about 52 workshops, and now we're up to 586 workshops. But this is that Christ never suffered. And of course, many people believe that the suffering is close to Christ in the rest of this, as I've heard stories of priests going to large, let's say, in South America, where you have a lot of workers working on the farm for the landowner, and they're pretty poor, and they don't have often a lot of food. And the priests would come by and, of course, bless them and tell them the suffering is bringing you closer to Christ. And that means if you suffer, that means you're experiencing what Christ suffered. And then, of course, after that, he would go into the big house on the plantation, or whatever they called it, the farm, and he would have a marvelous dinner with the landowner, or the owner of all this land and whatever they were producing. So again, this is a cashing out of the pocket and the soul. So I want to play this. And again, there's so many little hidden clips within the Keshe Foundation and these teachings that they'll be unraveled, I think, and understood in so many different ways for centuries to come. But let's hear this little clip. And of course, this is not to take away anything from Christ, the work he did and the 2 billion followers he has. He did a marvelous amount of work. But the idea of suffering, Mr. Keshe was saying that Christ never suffered. There's only one time where he felt the pain, and that was when they put the 3 nails, 2 in the hand and 1 in the through both feet. And this is the only time he suffered. But even at that point, he didn't suffer long. He actually gave up the physicality at that point, but it wasn't dead. It was
May I
alive. Just
interject something?
please do.
Mark, one of the things that the knowledge seekers keep referencing to is, Mr. Keshe and what he said. And it's it's true, but he's not the only source. And this is something that, we need to relieve the pressure on that. And so I want to draw your attention to your comment and in how you were brought up. I was brought up the same way. And so, Easter was a very important time for me. But there was a story, and I did extensive research about 30 years ago on this. And then, and you mentioned about his travels through France
Sure.
and other places, right? And so that was afterwards.
Correct.
And I was shocked. I was really, really shocked. So, because that was unimaginable, and then they just threw the whole Easter thing into chaos for me. Anyway, I've resolved that issue, but the thing is, there are a lot of people who are, shall we say, very religious, and they read the Bible uh, religiously, but I mentioned this to a friend of mine who was very religious, and he was shocked. He was shocked that there were other things that such as going to India and learning about Buddhism and Taoism and then the French connection and all of this and I thought, well, I was shocked because he was an avid reader of the Bible. And so it seems to me that with all the years that he spent doing this, he never knew about this aspect of the life. And I think it hits at the root, you know, our knowledge of the history is influenced greatly by our environment. And so I was fortunate enough to learn. And ironically, just to finish off this story, because there is a twist, I was taught this by a preacher. But the thing about this particular preacher is that he was excommunicated from the church because of his heretic teachings. And he commented that how is it possible to be excommunicated from the church if the church is an extension of all that there is? And so it's impossible to actually be excommunicated from life. And, you know, the question, of course, is where did they get the audacity to excommunicate him? And so rather than, shall we say, with facts, uh, dispute the findings, which they couldn't do because of the facts, facts are facts, he turned around and he excommunicated them. And that was my, shall we say, awakening to the new history. And so that was done before I joined the Keshe Foundation. And it wasn't until uh, it was mentioned at one of the knowledge seekers meetings, I thought, wow, I just felt foolish. I thought, uh, I was in the minority. I just didn't know. But it looks like we are all in the minority. The majority are still very much entrenched in that line of thought. Thanks very much for letting me interject.
Yes, we've certainly been bamboozled in the world of what you call religion. And of course, in the science, we know we've been totally misled with the speed of light and everything else. And of course, we heard from Mr. Keshe that he said that Christ had a surname, and if he shared it with us, we would recognize that, but he never shared that surname with us of what that last name would be. And if I could take it a step further and go a little bit more into the quote unquote unbelievable aspect, we know Mr. Keshe has said that he appeared in the soul of Moses. He appeared in the soul of Christ. He also appeared in the soul of Muhammad. He said, essentially, it's the same soul. And if we go back to some of his words, as he said, I've been on this planet for thousands of years, leaving one city as an old man and appearing as a child in the next city. So he's understood this process of transmutation, and this is what Christ showed us, an aspect of immortality where you play off the dimension of physicality, against the dimension of energy, which we know we can operate in both dimensions, and maybe even both dimensions simultaneously. So we've learned quite a bit, and there's so much more to be shared. And again, Christ did a beautiful job in what he did, although he had some shortcomings, apparently, even though we were told that he was quite perfect.
Yeah,
But
but the key
anyway,
point, Mark,
yes,
is that he bypassed the childhood aspect of it. He went straight from adulthood to adulthood.
okay,
That was the novel experience beside the other novel experiences. So you know, I would assume that everybody in this panel here today came through the childhood experience.
yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you appeared as an adult, where is your history? Where is your identity? So by appearing as a child, perhaps he turned himself into an orphanage, and it was already arranged in a way on the soul level that a certain family would come and pick him and give him an identity and the last name and carry on from there. I don't know. I don't think I've done anything like that, but I'm not sure either. Okay, let's hear this 7-minute clip if we can to honor Christ in so many ways, the beauty that he shared with us, the love and the giving. And as we hear, he wasn't a violent person, didn't kill, didn't want to kill. He enjoyed life at the highest levels of society, if I could say that.
We only have a few minutes left. We have Andor with his hand up here. Perhaps we can go for that. And we also had Arno, I think, had his hand up as well.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Who?
Under from Germany. Good morning, Rick.
Yes.
And all. Mr. Keshe, in one of the last teachings, you said that Master Yeshua said suffering is everything. And my question is, did he mean suffering is everything, or did he want to show us to use this body reactor in full potential?
Can you repeat that question?
Did he mean?
I'm sorry, he just was saying the questioner was asking that the teacher, Christ, said that suffering was everything. This was a very important aspect. The questioner is asking Mr. Keshe that this is what was taught by Christ.
Suffering is everything, or did he mean?
Who? Can you?
Yeshua, Master Yeshua, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
did he want to say how to use this body reactor in full potential, or did he mean suffering is everything?
Actually, I understand. Christ was one of the most pleasurable people God ever created. No one knew more about fun than him. He never suffered in a way. And the only time they let him to suffer, they put him on the cross, he took his physicality and he ran with it. He never encouraged pain or suffering. This is the what they call abuse of the clergy. I have a lot of jokes about Christ and his pleasures. He is one of those who chose the path of pleasure and joy to teach than those who took the swords and fought, or those who killed in the name of Moses. That was the difference. This guy was just the man of fun and pleasure. He wasn't there to take any roughness. In all, whatever you read about him, the only time which there is a claim that he suffered when they put him on the cross with 2 or 4 nails or 3 nails on him is the time when he had to face that the fun time is over. Now it's better pack it up and go. He never encouraged suffering. This is a made up for the clergy to cash you out. Look at his life. He enjoyed the most beautiful lifestyle. He enjoyed the most beautiful women at the time. He lived amongst the richest. You show me in any part of Bible written or history or hadith that he suffered anywhere. Muhammad did, that's his name. He had to get the sword to get rid of these things. He had to do nothing. He just, by being a fun man, he brought what we call the pleasure of living. He never took a sword to kill. He never killed anything. He just encouraged being at peace with yourself, enjoy life. And a lot of clergymen from what we call Judaism didn't like it. Because
oh, sorry to ask, Mike.
No, it's good.
Is it Mohammed or Jesus? Because I wasn't sure. He said Mohammed, and then is he talking about Jesus?
Yeah, he said Muhammad had to pick up a sword and get rid of some of the ones, but he said Jesus never did. He wasn't about that. He was not about roughness.
Yes, because I was sure. I know Muhammad is the one that was killing.
And Moses as well.
And Moses, yes. Thank you.
they couldn't get people to pay for the suffering they created. No, this is how it's abused by clergy. You go through the whole Bible, show me one sentence where he suffered. If everybody would have lived the life Jesus lived, this planet would have been a one nightclub 24 hours a day. This is the abuse.
As he said, the abuse of the clergy, but Christ lived at the top of the society.
Yeah, he was having fun, but they're trying to make it seem like we have to suffer to get there.
At one point, Mr. Keshe said, I wish I had the life of Christ. It was like a 24-hour disco. The most beautiful women, the best wines, and everything else at the top of the societies. So he was not out sawing wood, probably in the rest of this as a carpenter. So again, we've been cashed out, but generation over generation, it seems as if that story would have been questioned by now, but apparently it hasn't. And this is where Mr. Keshe says he's opening the books in science and the abuse of the religions.
Actually the reverse of the truth, which encouraged by the church, by those who made him to use him to elevate their own and their own pocket. The gain of the clergy doesn't come by money when it comes to the church. It comes by the submission of souls that you're better than me and I'm bending in front of. You got to understand, if you watch some of these clips, when people go and see them, they kiss their hand and they feel powerful. That's why they become clergy. The money doesn't count. It's another way of controlling, and I control in this guidance. Have you seen the world leaders go and kiss the hand of the Pope? It's the power hunger, not the path of life of the Jesus. I have a very good friend of mine, used to be ambassador Vatican, and he says, "Man, you should come and watch these world leaders when they come and see the Pope. They crawl on their hands and knees." Of course, the guy feels powerful when he's a world leader bending up forward. And he won't sell it in any way. He takes the soul of the man with his pocket. Nowhere Christ suffered. No way. No. Never did. The only suffering he went to was few nails for a few minutes, and when everybody got it, was brought on and took his physicality and ran with it. The fun was over. I'm not there anymore.
Thank you.
If you want to understand what suffering is, come and live my life for past 10, 20 years in the hand of the Belgians.
Okay, is there any further discussion? And of course, there's this wasn't the actual teaching that I wanted to bring. There was something in the transmutation session when they did follow-up meeting, and there was a great one in German. I couldn't find it, but Mr. Keshe went through quite a lot, and I think he described that bell story about the bell and the casket and the rest, and so on and so forth. So again, it's more or less cashing out your pocket and your soul, but they love the power. As he said, as his friend said, you should see some of these world leaders when they meet the Pope. They crawl on their hands and knees and kiss
Hey,
the
Mike,
hand. Yes,
there's something in the background.
there's something in the background, you said?
Yeah, check some. You have something playing up.
I have something playing. I'm not hearing anything. Is anyone else hearing anything playing in the background? Ike? Let's see, is he still here?
Okay, sorry. I think must be my stuff. So don't worry.
Yeah, no, I noticed that sometimes this happens to me as well. Some videos, which let's say, have in the tray, and I'm going to bring them up later, all of a sudden they start playing on their own. And I'm like,
Yes,
where
yes.
is this sound coming from? So
Right, that's what
I've
happened now.
learned maybe it's the AI trying to assist. I don't know. But that's it's happened to Rick and it's happened to most of us, I think. Again, this could just be some sort of anomaly that happens, but it's happened to me a number of times, and it's happened to Rick a number of times where things either don't start playing or they do play without
So
being
so
prompted to play.
what video are you playing now? Is it a 305
Yeah,
or
this is from the 305 if you back it up,
okay?
and I'm sure there may be more. I just cut it out at this point. Let's see, it's at 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 26 seconds into the 305th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. That may help you start your inquiry on more of this. But it was the transmutation that he showed us. Of course, there was a transfiguration that was done, I think, in front of the followers of Christ, where, again, maybe it's that blending into the environment where the idea of now you see me, now you don't. He was able to do that, but they called it a transfiguration, I believe. I'm not sure if that happened before the crucifixion or after. Anyone? Again, I stopped reading that book probably more than 25 years ago. although, again, Christ had a marvelous life, and what he brought us was this aspect of transmutation. But it was all changed. It was all, again, made up in a different story, because they never did find the body, did they? They thought maybe the disciples took it or someone else took it and the rest. But he actually transmuted, changed his appearance, because obviously if he was seen, and apparently he had a lot of followers, so they would have said, oh, he's alive. So he had to change his appearance and continue the life until he was ready to make that final separation. And there's many more
Did
clips.
Mr. Keshe ever mention the descendants in south of France? The
Yeah.
name of the descendant?
No, he did. He never mentioned the name that I'm aware of. He said you would recognize the name if I shared it with you, the last name. So apparently there are descendants direct from Christ and the rest. I think a lot of things, as we're finding out in the world of science, in the world of food, and the world of wellness, the world of space flight, a lot of things have been covered up or changed, that it makes it easier to abuse the man. And that's the whole purpose of the Keshe Foundation, that no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge. And that's why we're sharing the knowledge. As he said, we're not closing down any churches or CERN or anything else. As people understand that we're concerned, and as people understand about the churches, they just won't go there and participate in it. We're not closing anything down. It's just an enlightenment to understand the true workings of the universe. As we understand the Big Bang is going to be a different way. He said they're going to demolish, in a way, the theory of the Big Bang, the same what he did with the black hole, that nothing leaves the black hole. And when he submitted his paper to the British Astronomical Society and Stephen Hawking got a hold of it, Stephen Hawking changed his understanding, and Mr. Keshe withdrew his paper. And as he said in this past workshop, you'll find that in book 3, The Origin of the Universe, where and you can find those books 1, 2, and 3 on Amazon as an actual book, I believe, or as a ebook, which is the ones I've been reading are on the ebooks side. So I think we're going to see other scientists changing, as he said, God knows about Einstein and how he misled us, and the whole science that the light speed is the fastest speed. And of course, as we understand, it's one of the slowest speeds in the universe. So there's a lot that's being unraveled. Even with the UFOs, who I was quite enamored with years and years ago before the Keshe Foundation, now he says you'll see that it's just this is in the matter state they're traveling, and we're thinking they're so advanced, but we're learning to transmute, which is the way the creator moves, as opposed to being in a physical craft. The creator doesn't travel that way, and he doesn't even travel. I think he just connects, and this is what we can all do, unless you're going to do a full transmutation. So that's what I wanted to share about Christ, and we thank you, Christ, for all of the beautiful works and things that you did, and maybe things will be opened up more and more about what Christ really did, as Alex said, and I've heard that before about traveling and so on to different places, but it's all been sort of recreated to fit the understanding and the way the religious leaders wanted it projected. And of course, it's hard to question it, because when you talk to people, they say, yeah, but it's in the Bible, it's in the Holy Book, it has to be correct. Nothing was changed. We know that most things, I think, have been changed, even though we're told just the opposite. So again, this is part of the Enlightenment, and that you understand yourself and your creation and the process of creation, and you're part of the whole structure. And you don't need to be saved unless you think the Creator needs to be saved, because you're a reflection of Him. Okay. let's see if we can bring this back. And
Mark,
yes, sir.
just like everything else, if you notice, the the future always changes, but we can't go back in the past. So I say that if those that wrote the Bible, obviously, I don't think it's in their nature to deceive or change the aspect, the true nature of what they are supposed to write. But it's just human nature. It's just the way things are. Everything changes at each point in time. So it has to be whoever is reading it, whatever understanding he gets at that moment is his truth. Because it's not somebody that read it 20 years ago and somebody that read it now. Something has to change at this moment if I'm reading it now. That's the way I look at it. It was not a nefarious idea for them to change what is in the Bible.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Keshe sort of disagrees with that, Ike, but you can find out for yourself. He said a lot of it was changed to fit what they wanted to do. That they could continue to abuse. And again, it's not just the Christians. It's not just Christianity that has done this sort of thing. It goes from the rabbis to the mullahs, the ayatollahs, and the rest. And isn't it interesting that the church is involved, he said, in some of these negotiations for peace, and that the Iran will give up part of their religious aspect in a way to blend it in with Christianity. The way that a lot of the Gnostics and others sort of blended in their religions and into this Catholicism in a way. That's why you get so many different symbols and so on and so forth. But even the word amen, as he revealed recently, about how that was a statue, and that statue was worship. And the idea was that at the end of everything you did, you would say, amen. And of course, I never knew that there was even a statue.
That's a good example to what I'm trying to say, because those are traditions. Before even the Bible came up, I believe those are like historical traditions or cultures. So when someone is changing it, they are actually adopting it to fit at that current time. But it's not in a I'm not thinking it shouldn't be in a nefarious way. It's just to adopt what is going on at that moment in time. Just like what he mentioned, the Iranians are trying to combine Christianity or whatever they're trying to do. It's just to fit what they are trying to do at that moment in time. To some of them, it makes sense, but down the road, you will see that it was not the right thing to do. So every situation has to be the truth for those at that moment. That's just the way I look at it.
That's perfect, the way you look at it. And again, we go according to our own understanding, but he said, yes, it was changed to, again, you're the last man standing, but they didn't want you to be the last man standing. They wanted you to have an intermediary. Mr. Keshe is teaching us about the soul. That's the one thing he said that they wanted to hide from you, was your soul and your interaction with it, your closest friend. That the soul was somewhere out there, that you were going to stand before the Creator and be judged, when now we understand that we judge ourselves. Your soul will judge you and create that next position. So this is, again, all, and it's not exclusively to Christianity, as I understand it. It pervades all of from the Buddhists to the Ayatollahs to the rabbis. It's all in the same sort of tradition. And many people will start to take the frock off as this technology comes out. They know they're abusing the man, but this is the whole plan of the Keshe Foundation, that no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge of who you are. But there's been a systematic process. And as Alex said, you don't agree, you're out. What did he say, Mr. Keshe? If I started teaching about the UFOs, they would have hung them in the church the way they did when the controversy came up about the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth. They wouldn't even look through the telescope. They just put the guy in the dungeon. They didn't want to know more. Or as we saw those carvings on the church doors where they had these holistic people who probably worked with herbs and other things, and they had a success. They burned them as witches, didn't they, Ike?
Yeah, they did. And also, they used to kill twins. When there's twins, they kill
Yeah.
them up.
A lot of
It's
superstitions, a lot
yeah,
of,
it's just
well,
culture, right?
so this is part of what's getting opened up on these religions. But as I said, nobody's shutting down any sort of science. If you want to believe the light is the fastest speed in the universe, then you're welcome. As he said, you want the donkey, you want the UFO, or you want the way the creator travels. As he said, when we come to understand that this whole thing about the UFOs is going to look again matter state. And he's told us, he said, we'll laugh at the UFOs. It's backwards. It's matter state reactors. Even though I was quite impressed with this whole idea about their advanced understanding, I even asked the universal community or ones in the UFOs if they could help me bring the world peace even before I became a member of the Keshe Foundation. And maybe that was the part of what, in a way, led my soul was, in a way, found the Keshe Foundation. That I wanted to see world peace. There was no reason not to have it other than the greed of the man and the abuse by the others of people that didn't understand. Okay. Let's see. I want to thank Rick Crammon for all the service he has done with the foundation over the years. I nicknamed him Rick the Rock, quote unquote, Crammon, because he's been so steady. He's always been there. Toothache, sore finger, headache, whatever he had, he always seems to appear in the teachings to host for us. And that's what happened to me in a way when Mr. Keshe was making the announcements. And he said, we have a big dilemma. We don't know. We've received a gift from one of the people, and that the gift was for someone else who would be available to participate in it. And he was saying we had a big dilemma with this. We didn't know who. And I was listening. And of course, the first person I thought of who should receive it is me. And I said, wait a minute, this is wrong. I said, there's other people in the foundation. This is while he's delivering it. I said, there's other people in the foundation who've much more than I have. And then it came, and I said it out loud. I said, Rick Crammon. And the next thing I know, I'm hearing Mr. Keshe say, and it's Rick Crammon. So we want to thank Rick. He's been dedicated, past dedication, for what I could see. And as Mr. Keshe indicated, he asked for nothing. Of course, I didn't write to the Keshe Foundation either and say I want to be part of that. I've already tasted an aspect of the transmutation in the reactor group. I've explained that story before, and I understand in a small way how it works. But we're all going to understand it. These 6 people are going to be, in a way, guides for the others, and then they'll guide the others, and it will just expand and expand till you reach the point where you don't need a system. You can generate that energy within your own structure. And as we heard in the previous workshop, our structure is set up for that. And he told Rick, it was funny, we'll hear this in the announcements. Rick said, I've been waiting a long time for a transmutation system. Mr. Keshe said, you are the transmutation system. Now you only have to learn how to fly it. So we're all in that position. We all have the ability to transmute and to reach other dimensions without any sort of structures. But we're going to go through the system to understand. And then you don't need it once it's inculcated within you or into your structure. And it teaches you without you even being aware of being taught, I think, as we've experienced with the feeding situation. I'm not there yet. I'm going to let it settle in, skipping 2 meals a day. Now it's normal for me to have 1 meal. As a matter of fact, yesterday I think I only used one of those tubes all day. No hunger, no pain in the stomach, nothing. Although it got too close to the feeding time, which is 5 o'clock, and my mouth started watering, and I was preparing something that would cook and be ready about that time. But it's a beautiful experience. Again, we're just dabbling into this. This is the first entrees of it. And as he said, we're guaranteeing to provide the food as energy to every citizens on this planet. Maybe we'll play that later. So again, this is in a huge way to stop the killing. Remember the commandments were given, but they didn't really work out so well. We couldn't really do it, especially the one that says, thou shalt not kill. I always thought it was just other people. But now we're finding out that the vertical people and the horizontal people also have a soul. They're also immortal in so many ways. They have emotions they can recreate, and they have intelligence. So we're learning so much more about the creation and the way it works. But because we've fallen into this pattern for centuries, we can't see the forest from the trees in a way. So let's hear, I think maybe we should go to the announcements and what Mr. Keshe is. Again, he's calling the plays on this. And as he said, I have to watch everything, not only the teaching, but everything else that's going on around to get it to be set that when this is delivered, it will be delivered without fail. So there's a lot of things, as he said, with President Trump has given the okay in the last 24 hours. This technology is now recognized as a breakout technology or a breakthrough technology in the world of space. And maybe I should, before we go there, let's go to, I was always hoping Kamala, since she was so interested in science, would make this in a way, oops, announcement. Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, okay, I don't know how I ended up with, okay, they just put an ad in front of it. So this is from the Economic Times, and I think this is, let's make sure we're sharing it properly. Yeah. Okay, so this just happened on April 18th. White House advisor Michael Krastios goes viral with sci-fi-like claim that U.S. can manipulate time and space. Internet goes on a frenzy. Users question him. Let's just take a quick look here. And of course, they played it off as some of these new things in AI and the rest of this, which is probably true. The speech has gone viral on the internet after he made a sweeping sci-fi sounding declaration that implies an American technology can manipulate time and space as per report. Krastios, a director in the White House Office of Science, I think he's the science and technology advisor for the president, made this comment in a policy speech during an Endless Frontiers retreat at Austin, Texas on April 14th, reported Newsweek. Although the comment seemed like a metaphor to capture the capability of contemporary innovation, it rapidly became a hit on social media, trending as to what is possible, meaning might have, what is possible, meaning what its possible meaning might have, as per the report. During his speech, Krastios said, our technology permits us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, causing things to grow and improve productivity, quoted Newsweek. According to Newsweek, his comments was likely meant, of course, they always have to interpret what the president said, what this one said, what this advisor said. According to Newsweek, his comment was likely meant to celebrate the transformative power of advancements in the field like AI and aerospace. Many online users took the phrase literally. Yes, we can't take it literally that you can manipulate time and space. As Ben Rich said when he retired from Skunk Works, we have the ability to take ET home If you know how ESP works, you understand what I'm talking about. And of course, that was in probably the early 90s. So 35 years ago, perhaps, it was being released. And again, this is part of the X file, or what they want to call the UFO file. But again, think the UFOs are traveling in matter state using matter state reactors. Yes, very advanced. We're highly impressed with what they can do. But as Mr. Keshe said, you'll laugh at UFOs because they're so backwards. And as we know, if they knew how to move the way the creator moves, they wouldn't be in the craft. And of course, as he said many times, they're trying to get back to the mother, trying to find their own soul. Humanity's in the same position. We're trying to find our own soul. And that, again, is up to you to investigate, explore, probe, and understand this knowledge for yourself. But it certainly is out there. So I think in the last workshop, we heard that the approval was given, that this technology has now been accepted as a breakaway. And as Mr. Keshe said, that doesn't mean we're going to jump yet. A lot of other things have to be prepared and have to be set in a certain way that this thing comes out without fail. I think you use the example when you go and you take your computer in for repair, and then it's repaired, but now you have to put the programs in it or whatever, and if that's not right, then the computer doesn't work. So this is what I'm seeing here. Okay, I think we'll, any questions on this? Anyone? If not, let's go to the announcements. Okay, so this is the announcements for the 586. And of course, as I say, Mr. Keshe is calling the plays. He seems to, in a way, be quite seasoned for this type of work and the team around him, but he doesn't come without experience. As he's indicated, we've been doing this around the universe for millions of years, and this is not the most difficult planet or difficult creation that they've had to deal with. So let's hear the announcements. And again, we congratulate, in a way, Rick Crammon for being so humble, so attentive to all the teachings, and just being there and showing up and providing platforms that we could all interact with. So again, I think it's befitting, in a way, that Rick received it.
Yes, we are here. Sorry about that. We have a very big dilemma inside our structure with who to choose for the sixth person in this group of six. Five, we know. And we received so many requests. Amazing number of you have sent a request, would like to be part of it. And it's a time for us to decide. And it's more than a week now we've been battling with this. Who do we give the opportunity which is given by another knowledge seeker to be part of this? And I hope in the next few hours we come to that conclusion, because we have to send the material out to this person for it to be part of the test, hopefully by next week. It is very, very unusual to be able to bring that change. And I think no one is more I think more eligible for this than Rick Crammon. But as you will know, he's never asked for anything. And he did not even ask to be part of this. Nothing's a gift. From all of us for being there for us. Yes. We hope that this new trial will open a new dimension in the dimension of emotion of the soul and solves the problem for many of us to believe in ourselves and our emotion. In the next session of the Keshe Foundation, May session, we will introduce a new technology that allows us not only to create the dimension of emotion, of transmutation, but to feed you with the strength of the fields of the time, place of emotion, or dimension of arrival. What this means, as we have developed technology, very advanced technology, extremely beyond the present knowledge, that not only we create a dimension of physical motion, we can create a dimension of the emotion in the dimension of fields, and at the same time create all condition of materials for the essence of what we call the soul energy to receive what it needs to convert, to transmute to the time, place, and position of arrival. This feeding of energy through the dimension of plasma of the universe is extremely complicated, but amazingly simple. But it needs full understanding. And today we have built this system. In a way, in the coming time when we release this technology, when you have this technology, for example, on the table in the house, it feeds your physical need to dimension of energy that you don't need to kill, but at the same time, it feeds your energy dimension of the emotion or the soul of the man, which you decide what to do, and none needs to destroy something else, but the system feeds through the dimension of what you call black hole, absorbing and radiating what it needs is called for by outside, which is a dimension of physicality of the soul, to feed it. This new technology is under trials, and we literally in past few hours received the last components that we needed for the confirmation of transformation and transmutation of the energies. The importance of the transmutation is not physically to transmute you, is create a condition to transmute the energy itself. And we tested this last week, and it's amazing, it works. The bigger condition we have, or is on our hand, is to create a right, what we call motion, that creates the right current in the direction of the emotion and the motion together, which means you have to create a condition that creates that turbulence, creates that what you call in the world of electronics or electrical currents, the potential difference. The potential difference between the receiving and giving, and then understanding both have a common denominator, which in the dimension of creation has to be what one needs through dimension of emotion. You don't get up every day, go and kill a sheep or a chicken or take an apple. The emotion of hunger triggers that need. So understanding that emotion, how to trigger and create the emotion of the motion is what is literally on the table with us. And we'll go through the test in the next few days and weeks. Is an extension to what we saw in lens, and then moved to Germany, and then developed in further ways with other parts of the technology. So
do you have any understanding what Mr. Keshe meant? How to create the emotions of emotion? Can anybody describe it in a practical sense?
He said it's highly technical. Go ahead.
I have a question. Did he say that we have to create the emotion of the motion, the movement? So we need
Well, that's what he said. How
Yeah,
to create the emotion
They're
of
not
emotion.
moving. They're not moving your physicality in this test. They're moving your
according to
energy.
what? Yes, but it means that when you have that energy within your soul, then wherever you decide to go, you will be able to transmute the energy of your physicality, not the physicality. So it's the soul of physicality. The energy will be held with the soul, and then you can, because they'll do all the calculations, then you should be able to transmute there with the energy that you're carrying in the soul. That's what I thought I heard. I wish we could maybe go back a couple of minutes and
Aren't we
I've
all
heard
doing
it. I've read it many times, but I still don't understand the emotions. I think it's more of control. And if you understand the emotion is magnetic waves in motion, so how do you control that magnetic waves in motion?
The wish.
Your intention, right?
Then that means how do you bring that? It's like you're controlling that intention. So it's really deep because.
But that's the place you chose. So all of those common denominators, or whatever you want to call it, they will be looking at and make sure that it's safe for you to go there. Everything will be calculated and figured out according to your wish, your intention, whatever it is. And the energy, the spirit, if you call it, or the soul of physicality, the energy will go with your main soul.
Did
So
you ever
that's
have
what you're going to chant.
Did you ever have a dream? We shouldn't call it a dream. That's an insult to the soul.
It is.
But where you have one of these very interactive dreams, I know one of the knowledge seekers was sharing how he had such a vivid dream about going into a coffee shop and then all of a sudden seeing President Trump sitting there and sort of had some interactions with him, and it was so real. How many times have we woken up from the dream and thought how real I was in that situation? It's the same as the transmutation in the energy dimension. But you're fully conscious of it in a way. You're not sleeping. You're traveling or experiencing this field within your own structure. As he said,
but most times,
yep.
Most times, those people don't even know that their soul was interacting with your soul. Yeah, you had the dream, but they don't understand. They don't know that because they're not sensitive to pick it up.
Sure.
So their soul could be doing one thing, and they are doing something different without them knowing. That's why I was asking for this, how to control the emotions of the emotion. So in a sense, they're not aware that their soul, and the soul, which is energy, is moving. But you are intending to do that. So you're actually controlling their soul. That's what I think Mr. Keshe is saying here. I'm not sure. It's deep.
How about if he's just bringing you back to remembering your capability? not controlling it, but remembering what we've lost, like with the zero-time communication and other things. We've called it a coincidence and the rest. You think of someone and all of a sudden they appear at your door or they call you. It's not a coincidence. It was an interaction of energies. Alex had his mic open for a minute or two. Go ahead.
Yes, certainly. Now, this is such a great question. All of you are right on track. It's amazing. The key point here is that it seems that in our pursuit of matter state, there are things that we relate to, such as frequency, temperature, pressure, but also the rotation plays a really significant part. And that hasn't been taught very well in the schools, and it's one of the reasons I've been referring to it in the last few weeks. But it seems that this business of rotation is not necessary in the plasmatic state as much as the concept of encapsulation is important. And the notion of the interplay between the magnetical and gravitational fields and flipping of the poles necessitated us to go through that line of thinking because of the conditioning that we've had. And so now we have the opportunity to look at a new type of conditioning, which is opening up doors of possibilities. And this is traumatic because all of a sudden, the limitations that we placed on ourselves falls in our own domain. And it takes away our opportunity to blame someone else. And this is disconcerting because it's nice to be able to blame someone else because it's comforting, and then it allows us to a certain sense to accept that condition.
Yeah, can't we blame the devil or something? I don't want to be blamed. Let's blame someone else.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I was using a very basic reference in a discussion just like this one, and it had to do with sports teams. And we've always seen, where we have a competition and someone has more talent or is more skill or is just more physically endowed, and they go up against another outfit, you know, uh, because of the scheduling, and this outfit is relatively weak. So the emotion that drives that physicality is diminished because there's a tendency to be overconfident and there's a tendency to be arrogant. So the one who has the weaker skills now realizes that they're up for a supreme challenge. And so they gird up their emotion to be able to hopefully compensate. So what they don't have in physical ability, they would have in emotional determination. And surprise, surprise, how many times does the underdog win in such a competition? And so directly speaking to Ike's question, the emotion of motion, without that emotion, the physicality is not happening. It just isn't. It is an inertia field that comes together from the emotion of our creation. And that is an ongoing thing. And it's, when I say ongoing, it's for us on Earth is daily, but it's something that comes from within, and it comes from within us. And we don't need to wave the flag and beat our chest and say, how proud a patriot we are. Because those who are not patriots don't beat their chest, but they have a different emotion. And so our understanding to see the difference, even though we can't see the difference with our eyes, we have to see it with our soul. And the only way our soul can see it is through the eyes of our emotion, because that is the compensatory factor. Thanks for wonderful dialogue. Please carry on, Mark.
Anything else? And I remember reading in one of the books, 1, 2, or 3, that man exists and operates within the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. So do you have to go anywhere to travel the spans of the universe in the dimension of energy? Absolutely not. Now, if you want to transmute the physicality to some place, yes, but you can explore the entire creation, even interacting with universal community or universal citizens in that dimension of energy, and teach them in a way or share with them about their soul and their capabilities and the knowledge without even moving out of wherever you are. Instantaneously, that all can happen. We've never understood this. We've been, again, bamboozled with this dream and the rest of these things, keeping us in a way hidden, keeping that knowledge in a way hidden. But Mr. Keshe has just unveiled the truth after universal truths, not man-made truths, universal truths. But it's for us to pick it up and understand it and apply it. And these systems that are helping us to do this are quite advanced. As he said with the cosmic rays, it's more advanced than almost anything in the universe, any sort of systems. Nothing can touch it. So this is the gift, in a way, from the Creator to bring us up to a point where we can get to that point of not killing, because that's the ethos of the universe. You don't have to kill anything to exist and to operate. We haven't fully understood it, but we're step by step getting there. More and more people are starting to experience it. And it'll be massive. As he said, we're going to ask for 1% of GDP to provide food for your nation, or food as energy. And I think more and more people will start to experience it. Some of us have experienced a little bit of it and can see where it's headed. Let's just finish this clip if we can. Any other thoughts before I go back here?
When you join us end up this month at the May session group, be ready for big surprises. And don't call it, I went there, I felt that, I imagined that. You actually done that. And there is no imagination. It's for you confirming the existence of the part you denied. It's a child which you carried and you always denied it exists. Now, as we say, chickens have come home to roost. And once you do that, you get access to a lot of energies, emotional energies and information of the universe. New dimension of knowledge will open up to you, and then it's your responsibility to open it up to the rest of the humanity and those you come across in the universe. There are no patterns in the universe. Pattern belongs only to those who believe in the dimension of physicality to control, to confirm their existence. If that exists in the universe, can you imagine what patterns God would have written up to now? You are not been even created because nobody paid for his pattern rights. That's exactly what we did. Keshe Foundation patterned our application, which you have to apply, and never were put into enforcing that we can make physical dimension of gain. Are there any questions?
Okay, I think we should carry on with the workshop if we can. Just let me find where it is here. And there was, I know Rick was very thankful. And let me just bring it up here. Uh-oh, did we lose everything? Where did they all go? That's very strange. I had a lot of things set up here that don't seem to be here at the moment. What happened? Huh. Okay, let's go to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We're going to pick up the 586 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. My complete tray is empty. Gosh, I don't know what happened to my presentation. It just seemed to disappear. Maybe I'll find it. I'm just going to look quickly here. Gosh, how did that happen? I don't know. Anyway, gee, that's a strange turn of events. Let's just go to what Mr. Keshe was talking about, what we see on the background, just to explain a little bit of that, is what's mentioned here. If we can find it, let me just go and strange. Okay, let's go to all products if we can. And those little messages keep popping up. Now, when he was talking about the transmutation session, this is what he was talking about. You can join us. There's still time to sign up for the April session, but it's really going to be in the 2nd of May. And today's only the 20th of April, so there's plenty of time to sign up for that, because what they're testing, the 6 people, as I understand it, will be brought into this session. So if you have the opportunity, and again, we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity by involving ourselves in these sessions as test candidates in a way, even though we're not given the full feedback and everything else about what's been discovered or what has been realized by the team. This is the way, in a way, monthly, we've been getting there. And the background, if we could again, is right here, this cosmic twinity magrav system. This is what's been, you can find all these things, Keshe Foundation store on YouTube and the rest. And this is your cosmic ray twinity magrav, is created to connect with you automatically, even from the point of time that you order it, apparently. And there can be an addition to these by putting the cosmic ray material in it. And of course, the option here will bring it to a $5,000 value. Some people are getting it without the cosmic ray material, but as he said, it makes a big difference in getting it with the cosmic ray material, which no one apparently understands how to create or convert this material. And I think the material can be used in a variety of ways. As he said, you can, with 1 gram of this cosmic ray material, you can create shielding for an entire nation. The cosmic ray understanding was developed to capture asteroids or meteors coming into the planet that could wreak havoc, or to, in a way, prevent other things from crashing into ships or whatever in space as you travel in the matter state, let's say. I just don't understand, where did my presentation go? Gosh, I don't know how we'll get through this, but anyway, that's the product that's being talked about. And so now let's go back to the 586 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And I'm not sure exactly, but I'd like to go into this because there's a little bit more explanation of the cosmic rays. Let's see where we are.
Is an extension to what we saw in Linz, and then moved to Germany, and then developed in further ways with other parts of This feeding of energy, no,
Okay.
he's never asked for anything.
Okay, we've gotten that. Okay, let's see where we are. Yeah, I think it's around 119. Okay, no problem.
And he
Let's
did
just
not
move
even
it
ask
up.
to be.
And again, we can give regularly to all
Energy
those.
dimension of the emotion or the soul of them.
We can give to all those who are involved in this six-man grouping that is going to test some of the more advanced technology, and then that technology will be brought in. And as Gail said, we'd like to hear the testimonial of some, but as I understand it, they won't be allowed to talk about it. Mr. Keshe said that they'll be signing non-disclosure agreements, and he said, don't ask them either. So just remember that. We don't know who any of the grouping is other than Rick Crammond. So let's not ask him until he's out from under his non-disclosure agreement, which will come in the probably very near future. But I wanted to go on and hear more from a testimony about the Twinity Cosmic Ray Twinity Magrav system, if we could.
Which you decide what to do, and none needs to destroy something else, but the system feeds through the dimension of what you call black hole, absorbing and radiating what it needs is called for by outside, which is a dimension of physicality of the soul, to feed it. This new technology is under trials, and we literally in the past few hours received the last components that we needed for the confirmation of transformation and transmutation of the energies. The importance of the transmutation is not physically to transmute you, is create a condition to transmute the energy itself. And we tested this last week, and it's amazing, it works. The bigger condition we have, or is on our hand, is to create a right, what we call motion, that creates the right current in the direction of the emotion and the motion together, which means you have to create a condition that creates that turbulence, creates that what you call in the world of electronics or electrical currents, the potential difference. The potential difference between the receiving and giving, and then understanding both have a common denominator, which in the dimension of creation has to be what one needs through dimension of emotion. You don't get up nilly, go and kill a sheep or a chicken or take an apple. The emotion of hunger triggers that need. So understanding that emotion, how to trigger and create the emotion of the motion is what is literally on the table with us. And you'll go through the test in the next few days and weeks. Is an extension to what we saw in Linz, and then moved to Germany, and then developed in further ways with other parts of the technology. So when you join us end up this month at the May session group, be ready for big surprises, and don't call it I went there, I felt that, I imagined that. You actually done that, and there is no imagination. It's for you confirming the existence of the part you denied. It's a child which you carried and you always denied it exists. Now, as we say, chickens have come home to roost. And once you do that, you get access to a lot of energies, emotional energies and information of the universe. New dimension of knowledge will open up to you, and then it's your responsibility to open it up to the rest of the humanity and those you come across in the universe. There are no patterns in the universe. Pattern belongs only to those who believe in the dimension of physicality to control, to confirm their existence. If that exists in the universe, can you imagine what patterns God would have written up to now? You are not been even created because nobody paid for his pattern rights. That's exactly what we did. Keshe Foundation patent are application, which you have to apply, and never were put into enforcing that we can make physical dimension of gain. Are there any questions?
Okay, I know we've already heard that. Sorry about that. All of my things I've brought up, Alex, check, make sure your presentation is still there, but we'll have a little fun today. I'll have to pull up some of these slides for the Dome of Peace and the rest. But let's go and hear what Rick had to say. And as Mr. Keshe said, he didn't say the MAGRAV is you, but you are that flight system. You just need to learn how to operate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you for the comments that you made there as well.
Welcome.
I'm humbled.
You've been there for a long time. It's time for you to taste it.
Well, I've certainly been waiting a long time for a flight system, that's for sure.
No, you are the system just for the flight. That's a big difference.
Yes, well, there was a comment in the YouTube, the very first comment from Creed is, I think, the name. I remember this in 2011 thinking it would go somewhere, and now I still don't have a craft. Has anything come of this? I was going to reply, well, it turns out you are the craft. And
depends how crafty you become as a craft, isn't it?
Well, there you go.
Are there any questions?
Yes, we have a number of questions here, and several of them are in foreign languages, so let me try to organize my well,
I think Rick is a
well,
little
the question was, hello,
overwhelmed.
Mr. Keshe, you explained in your third book that black holes are produced by passive magnetic fields. Could you please explain more about what passive magnetic fields are?
We call it neutrinos in the present world of science. You're passive till you interact and become active. And man, because he doesn't understand it, has made many names, neutrinos, bilibinos, well, God knows whatever you can name it, the same as they made in dimension of interaction or active fields. They call it up quarks, down quarks, and everything else. As I said, up quarks is the sun, down quarks is the earth. The other symptoms are the other planets and their star, what do you call it, moons and the rest of it. As man has not understood, he's created a lot of fantasies. Now we understand. And we don't need to fantasize. We have to handle the reality in the dimension of physicality because we produce these materials. In next days or two, or within the next few days, or maybe some of it, I don't think anything's gone out yet, but it will be, because 48 of the cosmic ray materials has been dispatched from production, complete with everything. You even have a certificate that it tells you, and nobody can duplicate this because every single ball has been pictured to the name. And there are hidden characters inside each ball, and nobody can replicate that this is the cosmic rays and the rest of it. When you receive it, then you understand it. Then you can use it for the conditions of transmutation. 25 I think we're 24, something in that region, has been applied to the systems for those who ordered. So in a way, around 75 cosmic ray units already are out and delivered, and they're on the way to you. Those of you.
As I explained, you can order the cosmic ray material separately, or you can have it embedded in one of the systems like the cosmic ray Twinity Magrav. Maybe what happened, it's not mysterious. Maybe instead of minimizing the Safari, I closed it, and that's why I'm missing everything. But we'll work with what we have.
You receive the Twinity sets and you ask for it, it's already built in it. So you receive whatever units of cosmic ray. So the technology of the universe, the knowledge, is already in the hand of you. Any of you who ordered the cosmic ray with a Twinity system, with a head unit communication system, you connect in a different way than the guy who doesn't have one in it. Because now the connection is in universal dimension. And your feelings, your emotions, your understanding is totally different than the ones who, the first, I think, 30, 40, which went to different trials in Germany and Austria in those sessions. And this we did deliberately. We asked those who would like to have the cosmic ray as part of their Twinity system. And their emotion and their feelings and their connection is totally different than the ones who don't. We wanted to see we are correct. And from what we hear from a couple of people who tested it, it gives you amazing understanding. It brings you one step nearer to understanding transmutation through emotion, through cosmic rays. Don't forget, if you go on the internet, what do they say about Mr. Keshe? A lot of pseudoscience, because they don't understand the science. It's pseudo to them. But it's soothing to those who actually start using it and they go through it. And we have the same problem with all of you knowledge seekers who attend all these monthly sessions. You always say, oh, I went there, I did this, I met this. Hello. It's not fancy, it's part of where you live. You control it. It's part of your life which you denied. And this is the important part. We don't need to build now UFOs, to build system like UFOs. It's a waste of time. Why should I go back to the donkey to go to A to B? Then now I can go in Mr. Musk rocket. We more or less abandoned the development of the fly system once we start introducing transmutation and energy transfer. Originally, when we put the units out, if you remember, you came to Linz, you saw the units hanging around. All was set up to go. We lost nearly 300,000 euro plus, I think, just on those obese, big, huge units. We bought the material, sat in the factory, but the technology jumped so much that we left the material. We can't do anything with it. It's no use flying those monstrosities and flying objects when now I can teach you and you're learning and you people are with it, because 2 years, not this June, is 2 years that we started the first flight tests. Now we have reached a position that we can individually, if we set our system, separate your souls in these groups. This is the soul of Rick, this is the soul of so-and-so, this is the so-and-so, and we can see it. Because we don't test on what we call beautiful people. The testing beautiful people has shown us the existence of 2 souls, 3 souls. We see it on our system. Technology is very advanced. We see if even your emotion is high, positive, or you're in depression through the same. If that depression comes through your physicality or it comes through your soul sits on the positive, but your physical emotion sits below. And then we see more of, we understand more of, and so this has brought massive changes to that dimension. Now you understand why we abandoned going with UFO flight system. Do you remember how much effort we put into it during the time in Italy, in Valletta, in Desenzano, and then further on, the test we did in Messagno in South China Sea? Then further on, and more or less, we don't have a dynamic system. We learned how to create dynamic motion in the energy field, and even we tested last week. We can create dynamic emotional fields. We don't need rotating balls. It's finished, it's kaput, it's obsolete. But if you want to go back to flying in something, well, we're still working on it. We give you a machine that you can fly and everything else. We put you auxiliary things to feed you. When we showed the production of amino acid for the first time in public to the chief academician of China Gas Corporation, I saw him seeing the CO2 and the amino acid, and literally he had to go and change his pants. Denial was the best thing because his academician, advisor to the government, was worth nothing because I can produce that protein. I can put emotion in that protein. I can create life with emotion because now we have the technology. It's not a dream. It has cost us a huge amount of time and money to create these systems. Now, not only we can produce the amino acid, which leads to creation of life, we can dictate the emotion in it. And the next step is to create microchips which carry emotion. It's like a brain of the man. We produced the brain in 2016, 17 in the Desenzano, in the environment, open box. Now we can even produce that. The next step of technology development is computers with no connections, using magnetic fields. It's the way your brain works. Now we have the technology. When we can, in a way, you go and produce pure silicon to produce in Silicon Valley to produce microchips. Now with the knowledge we have, we can produce pure amino acids with no contamination and with the energy fields which carries the emotion for certain jobs. Then in the future we can build robots which are only kind. We can build robots which are only happy. It's not far. We have it. The technology is sitting there. I can show you pictures of it, but we don't want it to be in public what has been achieved. Just before going on the teaching today, I just received a message. The last part has arrived. But unfortunately, Mr. Trump is made in China because Europe doesn't have this technology to survive. Technology.
Okay, I think we should stop it there, but you can see how advanced the technology is, and I'm a little surprised because about the UFOs, maybe they'll have them. He said we had to accommodate everyone that wasn't, let's say, that didn't want to transmute or didn't understand it. But again, that's bringing us back to the matter state. So maybe it'll be transmutation through these systems without UFOs and traveling that way. I don't know what the terrestrial type of travel will be. Perhaps it's something like that where you can go from New York to Beijing in 5 minutes with the physicality. Or if you learn the transmutation or go into those systems, it'll be basically instantaneous, moving from one position on the planet to another, or one position on the planet to another energy dimension in the universe. But he said it'd take more than all of us to unravel this knowledge, and that's where the universal community, in a way, the ones in the UFOs, would share the UFO technology. But is that, in a way, bringing us backwards instead of going forward? This is what I'm thinking. So maybe it'll be canceled, or maybe it'll come forward if you want to participate. As he said, one time you travel part of the way in a matter state craft. You come near a planet, you want to explore the planet, you transmute in the dimension of energy and explore that. See if that place befits you in a way, and then transmute back on the craft and continue the travel. We'll have to see. But we know the matter state has a lot of, could have a lot of system failures in it. And perhaps the best way to do it without losing the physicality is to go in the dimension of energy for the transmutation. And on Earth, you'll transmute from one place to another and manifest your physicality. Let's see, somebody's put something in the chat. Ike says technology can now detect what we are thinking. Amazing. Yes. And they've probably had many of these systems for years and years. But again, using it not for peaceful purposes. And that's what the Keshe technology is all about. It's created for peace and elevation of the souls. Okay, I think we'll go to create the Dome of Peace and include the 5 participants if you can. Sorry, I either closed it or somehow it disappeared on me, but we'll have to go to the, let's see if we can just bring it up. We'll have to bring up one at a time. Sorry about this. Let's just see if we can find it. The first step of the Dome of Peace is releasing of the, again, waters of Gans. And let's just bring it up to, okay, well, sorry about that. I have to do this sort of on the run, but that's okay. We're used to that sometimes.
Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, is releasing of Gans water, something for our physicality to do. And of course, it adds energy. It knows where to go. It has intelligence, and it knows how to bring balance. So it's something we can do every day or as often as you'd like. And now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and that's the collective powers of the soul. I just have to go back into my history and bring this up. And then, of course, we're going to set it in its right position if I can. And let's just move this up. Sorry about that. I think that's the first time that that's happened. Okay, thank you, Stefania. And now we'll hear from Shweta, where we use the collective powers of the soul to reach the world leaders, religious leaders,
Okay.
anyone else.
I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
And thank you, Shweta, very much. Again, this is the energy dimension. The other one releasing the Gans waters is the physicality dimension. We need to understand both and that we operate in both dimensions. But as he said, sooner or later, you're going to understand that the physicality is really not worth it. And that's hard for many of us, including myself. We all seem to be so connected, but perhaps this technology will bring us to that point and touch our emotions where we realize that you don't get too far in the physical dimension. Of course, this process that we're about to embark on for 2.5 minutes happens every day at 9 p.m. where you can join us on the soul level, on the energy level. We're already connected. We're already, in a way, we cannot be separated from the Creator or each other, as the entire creation is connected. So the Universal Council invites everyone to participate at 9 p.m., whether it's for a nanosecond or a minute or whatever you'd like to give. And remember, this is one of the secrets, is the giving, and in that giving you receive. But you can add any ones into this. And of course, we have a daily wish that's come up. We can add this wish into your elevation of others. We, the Universal Council, create conditions to elevate the souls of all Universal Council members to become one soul with the souls of the universal community for everlasting peace in the universe and beyond. As he said, this will be, in a way, our mission to share the emotions and share the understanding of the soul with the others as we travel around this universe, but you don't have to physically travel to do that. And you don't have to wait for the final call either to experience this dimension of energy. We're already experiencing it, and now we're learning a lot more about the whole process and how it works. Yes, I think we're still forming the letters and the words. We haven't written sentences or paragraphs yet, but we're getting there step by step. I think if it was delivered all at once, it would be just too overwhelming. Most of us probably couldn't handle it. So if I can, I'll just bring up our 5 minutes of intentions. We're just going to take 2.5 minutes, and I may not be able to find that background here. I'm just looking, and of course, sometimes when you want something, you find it. Here's one. So let's just put up this background And we're going to take 2.5 minutes of silence. Again, you can do this multiple times a day. It's not the quantity of it, but it's the quality of it and what you do with it. So you can operate in that energy dimension. Again, it's for you to find out more about yourself and how we operate. So let's just take 2.5 minutes. We'll give to the world leaders, the religious leaders, anyone else you want to include in this process, perhaps the 6 people who are going to be participating in this test and others who go through things, or someone you know that's suffering a certain condition. It's all part of the practicing, and as Mr. Keshe indicated, no one fails this test. And we know that collectively we've made a beautiful bouquet of fields in a way that will touch the others. But it's, again, we don't have to see the results. We're just interested in giving to the others. This is the practice, and moving away from the taking and becoming more generous like the Creator to share our fields. So we can start now, and we'll go for 2.5 minutes. And thank you all again for your continued participation in this process. It doesn't take a lot of work, doesn't take a lot of energy to work on the energy level. And this is the teaching of the Universal Council, that we're going to establish the peace through our wish, through our intention. And the souls will work it out in so many ways. All we're doing is creating that wish to achieve that. So thank you all for participation, and hopefully you'll continue this process, because it's more than just what we see, elevating the others. You're actually learning this giving and taking, and I did like this little background that was created, or a little teaching slide. And imagine this being an entity you're meeting as you travel across the universe. I'm not here to eat you. I'm here to learn to give and to receive energy. As he said, you can interact and understand and say, I want to understand the knowledge of your soul. So this is a little test that everyone can practice. And as Mr. Keshe said there, you will taste the apple when you become good at it. And there's a little teaching on this a few workshops ago, and you search for the apple and you'll find out you can experiment with it on your kitchen table and learn more about your own creation of giving and exchanging and taking energies one from the other. But it all starts with the giving, what you don't need and what the apple may need, as I understand it, or the apple will take from you what you don't need and provide you what you need. This is the way the GANS works, as we talked about releasing the GANS water. It takes, even before you pick up the cup, it takes what you don't need from you and gives to you what you need, even though you're not aware of either sometimes. But this is a beautiful background, and we can do a lot of teaching with this slide. It's the CO2 GANs along with the CH3 GANs. So I just thought I'd share that. And thank you to the creator of this background. Alex, please take over. For some reason, I must have pressed the wrong button or closed something I shouldn't have closed. And there we are. Thank you. And welcome, Alex, again to another opening up of the dimension of knowledge again on Easter. I don't know if you have something special planned or we continue to understand more about this dimension of energy and the dimension of physicality. But first, the beautiful disclaimer.
And thank you very much, Mark. Let's get into it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you, Alex, for joining us. We look forward to your presentation.
And thank you very much for bringing us to this point, Mark. Let's see here. I get it. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. As we always say, one of the reasons this particular meeting is so powerful is because of the representation that we have from around the world. And it's very important because it follows up the Thursday classes that go around the world and the Friday classes coming from Brazil. And we welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. Yes, it's a very special day for a lot of people, but it's always a special day at the Keshe Foundation. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing advanced inertia. The topic is migration. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April the 20th of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So I thank you all for being here because we are all students, but we also want to be teachers. And we really can't pretend about that. We have to stay within our ways and means. And what we've been trying for the last 4 years is to condense the teaching in such a manner that we don't have to go through the thousands of hours of teaching unless we want to. And even still, it's ended up being hundreds of hours of teaching. So it really puts a lot of pressure on us, especially as longtime knowledge seekers, to be able to distill the subject down to its current affairs. And yet, for the new knowledge seekers, this is quite a revelation, and it is definitely overwhelming. I think all of us have gone through that, and the good news is that we've all survived that, and we need to move on. But we don't need to leave anybody behind. We can bring along whoever we want to bring along, and this is the point. We have to do it our way, not someone else's way, someone else's teaching. But it has to be sincere teaching. It has to be in keeping with the universal laws. And so in that point, we have to discriminate what we call universal laws and what we see as man-made laws, because those laws put us on the hesitancy highway. It is the lowest energy state. And, as we point our wagon trains westward, we don't want to let the tumbleweeds slow us down, but, we don't have any tracks to follow. In fact, we leave a lot of wagon wheels behind because we were the pioneers. And of course, we had to shield ourselves from who is slinging arrows. And the big dilemma now is how to migrate to the gold or to the density of the gold. And is there a difference? So going back to 1849, we had the 49ers with the gold rush. But today there's a different kind of gold rush. And so this sets up a new path. So we are on the search for outer space. And the reason is because in the technology that is generally accepted, we've never been to outer space. We refer to outer space as being outside of Earth space, but that is not outer space. That's just another space. And it has a certain density. And in Earth space, we have a certain density. But with that density, as we rotate around the sun, we creep along. And this is our plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And that's the problem. That little pie keeps getting smaller and smaller, and we ignore the big pie. So our small pie is our small scheme, and the big pie, well, we just don't want to consider it. And yet, here we are, slinging arrows and becoming, in the process, more dense. And what does that mean, to be more dense? So as we discovered, it's a difficult subject to broach, because as we see in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, it brings together the subject by Marin Tavakoli Keshe of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And that is something that most of us in the physical science will relate to. But what is hard to relate is that those coming togethers of the universal matter came together someplace and then came together in another place. And there's a connection. And we see in book number 2, the structure of the light is the connection. And then, of course, once we have that connection, how do we progress from there? And this is why we see in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where that Magrav universal matter splits up into 2 different magravs, two different matters. But we're talking about advanced inertia today, which is really the advanced basic understanding of inertia, where two fields come together to create one. And yet the book number 3 talks about one field breaking up to create two. But we have to understand that whether it's coming together or whether it's splitting apart, it is a form of creation. And we understand that the destruction is also a form of creation, but we're talking about a peaceful creation and a manifestation of that creation. And so that becomes the difficult subject, because here we are after 374 weeks bringing together with Rick Raman and the Universal Council the understanding of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And so as we all, wave our flags and want to promote our own nationality, maybe promote our own religious belief, as we migrate from here to there or from wherever, we're all doing this on the same planet, and it's our planet. So it's not my planet as opposed to your planet. It's not your planet as opposed to my planet. It's our planet. It's one planet. So it doesn't matter how you go around, you come to the same spot. And we're all one nation and we're all one race. And so that's the beauty of life. And it's wonderful. And this happens to be Easter around the world. And one of the traditions, of course, is to paint our eggs. We like to make decorations. So when we look at the earth and we see how its decorations include laminations and striations and a various kind of density formations, and of course everybody's favorite, the golden goose eggs. And then there are these other eggs, fields, matter fields, and plasma fields. And they're all part of the decorations of this planet. And that's what makes it so wonderful. So the thing about it is that there are other fields of emanations, and they too have layers and combinations and directions and connections and interactions. And so we want to address partially the difference this week, and we'll conclude next week. But the point of the matter is that there are decorations. And so whether you can see them or you can't see them, they are there. And one of the decorations that we have is our emotions, which we call the aura. And it shows everything, doesn't it? Everything that we need to know, because it's all part of the density momentum. So the inertia is a density where fields come together through what we've been calling in the last few weeks the falling, the acceleration, either adding to or diminishing from. And so we see one field of a rotation and we have another field of another rotation. And when they come together, they could create a black hole. And in this black hole, it's very dense, very gravitational. So we see the gravity seeks density. But the magnetical also seeks density. And so how is that possible? It's creating kind of a conflict point, isn't it? Or is it creating a binding zone? In other words, that point, that black hole, is a coming together of a lot of density. and it's coming together from all sides. And if it's coming together from all sides, then it has to be balanced off from all sides as well. And that's the topic today, to understand that in the plasma rules, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, as opposed to the higher strength eats the weaker strength. And so this binding zone could be a point of conflict, or it could be a point of binding. And so it depends on your point of view, and it depends on how you feel about that. And when we talk about feeling, we're talking about emotional feeling. So we find that a lot of us don't understand that we need to be binding our energy. It's very self-serving. That's kind of important. Self-serving is very important, as opposed to having others serve you, because no one knows what your needs are. So we have to be truthful. And our needs are not what others need. So it doesn't make sense that we are self-serving at the expense of others, because they have those needs as well. And so whether it's a humanity or whether it's a carrot, the binding of energy is essential, and the universe provides. So why are we stealing at the expense of others? And speaking of stealing, we've been given 10 commandments. I don't see the 10 commandments for dogs or cows or for tulips or for roses. And then on top of that, we've found another 14 missing commandments. Altogether, 24 commandments. We need these commandments. We needed to have these commandments when we arrived. These commandments were given to us because we needed it. So if you need it, it means it was absent. Do you really need a commandment? Thou shalt not lie? Do you really need that? So the question then becomes is, can you lie to someone and believe that? Well, the hope is, of course, that they believe you're lying. But what is the truth about the lie? The truth is that you know that you're lying. So can you lie without consequences? Because clearly, by lying to someone else, you want to impart some consequences to them. And so this becomes a real problem, because not only do you have to be more devious, deceitful to lie, but you now have to be more concerned to not have the lie exposed, which of course consumes energy. So if we want to maintain our density, we need to be self-serving. And if in that process of being self-serving, we lie, then we need to be more self-serving. And therefore we need to be more dense. And so the whole process of just violating this one commandment, if we can call it a violation, causes a migration towards density, because it's something you have to hold on to. And therefore, you have to make sure that that deception continues. and you have to hold on to that as well. So holding on to that deception requires more energy. And so you have to be more dense because you need that energy. It's a wonder that we've been given these commandments. So is it a commandment to those who don't understand about lying? Or is it a commandment to say, justify, you don't lie, I will lie, because if I lie, it needs to be easier for me. And the best way for me to lie is for you to believe, not to believe in the lie, but to believe that I can't lie. And that requires deception. It's almost like a roundabout, a dog chasing its tail, to lie or not to lie. So thou shalt not lie, because I don't want to be found out. It is embarrassing. It causes consternation. It can cause mixed emotions. And it's at the root of our problems. So we don't need to be given these commandments. These commandments are inherent in us. But someone has decided that we need that. And then maybe we accept that because we're not on the transmutation highway. We're on the lowest energy state. And it's not just physicality where we have frequency, but also involves pressure and it involves temperature. It also involves a rotating field. And so when we look at the connection to the rest of the universe, we find that there's another connection on the carbon inertia highway, where we have not just 24 commandments, but we have a mass with respect to the carbon that also has a reference of 24. And so one of the problems that we have is that we only see the carbon 12. And yet when we go up to the transition highway, we see the connection between carbon 14 and carbon 10, the total of which is carbon 24. And when we go to the transmutation highway, carbon 16 plus carbon 8 is also carbon 24. And so when we see the inertia connection, where these two fields come together to create one, it doesn't tell you where that comes from. So whatever you see could be just a reflection or it could be an illusion. And here we are, pioneers in the great Wild West. In outer space, do you know where the West is? Is it up? Is it down? Is it light? Is it dark? Or is it an inertia field, a coming together from two different fields? And that's a discussion. And so coming to the light means coming from the dark. And if there's dark, where is that going? So there's a connection, and it transcends the carbon inertia. And so we see a consistency where when we engage in lying, it creates a chaotic condition. And maybe we just do it randomly. But the damage is consistent. And so what we're trying to do is to come together and look at the practical aspects of it with our life. And today is being Easter, really focuses on the comparison between the scientific community and the religious community. But either way, it doesn't say what factor is at play. But there's something that is at play here, and it is very consistent, and that is the fact that we have ever-present war. And so it creates a tense relationship. Plasmatically, we say there's a balance between the magnetical and the gravitational in a maggrav condition. But the scientific community has the same thing, has a conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. And now the spiritual community, they have a relationship between the spirit and the soul. So these are two different fields. And they operate in very much of a warmongering state. And so today, at least for a few hours, we have a ceasefire in the Ukraine. And so hopefully and willingly what the plasma science adds to the knowledge is not only to bring peace and prosperity to this planet, but also to affect the rate of change, to affect the tensity relationship and the maggrav condition. And so which way are we migrating? And are there two directions? Well, yes, they are. And so two of the directions are to create a balance between a natural creation and natural decay. But there's another two fields. And they also create a natural creation, but they're moved by the natural decay. So we call one inertia field, creation field, and another inertia field, the decay field. And so there you have two fields, and now that creates another inertia field. And what we can't see is the bonding factor there, so we fudge it. But the point is that is not in the physical state. The manifestation is in the physical inertia, but the creation comes from another intensity. And that intensity migrates to whatever point you direct it to. So that in fact becomes a directed energy. So this inertia field comes to a point of a junction, which is basically indirectly a medium point between one transition matter and another transition matter. And so they create this plasma inertia. But we have to understand that it isn't just 1 plus 1 is more than 2. That would take care of one dimension. But as we could see, there are 3 dimensions. And it's not just what we can see. We can create this. And so when we create a maggrav condition, a basic maggrav that we created years ago, what we couldn't see is that there were 2 directions. These directions were magnetical and gravitational. And the rotating fields that they created were based on our point of view. But the thing is, you could go along the field, you could go rotate around the field, and then there was an outer field and an inner field. And so all of them were referenced as magnetical gravitational relationships. And so fundamentally, from your point of view, we find that the magnetical field rotates counterclockwise and the gravitational field rotates clockwise. So we have opposing directions, we have opposing rotations, and we have opposing positions. and yet they come together and they work together. And so we have to understand that every field that we have is a product of these two other fields. And whether you accept them or you don't, you still enjoy the product. And whether you understand it or you don't, we know that there's an energy associated with it. And that energy affects us. And so that energy that affects us is affecting our physical disposition. And we call that emotion. So we can change our disposition with our emotion. And our emotion is from our point of view. So what makes you angry and what makes you happy? And so these energies are moving. And because they're always positive, the energy themselves aren't negative or positive. The motion of these energies is negative or positive. And so it's the coming together of the negative and positive. The N for negative and P for positive creates this junction. And this junction is just a transfer state to go from one transition matter to another transition matter. And so where is it going? Well, that's up to you, isn't it? And if we were looking at the sun, we see that its NP junction is coming from the surface and creating a perpendicular motion. And this motion then is a mass. And this mass has a momentum. And then we can see that that momentum is rotating. And in fact, it's stacking in layers. And so the difference between the negative and the positive is that the positive is the higher energy and the negative is the lower energy. So the energy goes from the positive to the negative. But each energy gets into a containment, a rotating field. And that's in the physicality. There is a plasmatic aspect to that physicality. And so it's tied into our emotion. And so when we say in that emotion, it travels along a pathway. And that becomes our emotional control system. And within that, we have to contain our anger, or we have to contain our excitement. But that emotion is our emotion, and it contributes to our field and our physicality, and it contributes to our well-being, our neighbor's well-being, the planet's well-being, etc., continuing in that. So these are all linked together, and that connection then becomes either magnetical or gravitational. It all depends on your point of view, doesn't it? So when we talk about the conservation of momentum, it's that it has to be within some problem domain. We're the problem domain, and that amount of momentum remains constant. So that momentum is neither created nor destroyed, but it's only changed through the action of forces. Well, what force are you prescribing? And so, we attribute some of these forces to Newton's laws of motion, but do we understand the universal laws of motion? And how is that created? And so we played with Ganses, and we played with nanocoding, and of course we played with the atomic state. And so we find that there's a conservation of inertia, which means that there's a balance from a magnetical relationship and a gravitational relationship on that one side, and a magnetical relationship and a gravitational relationship on the other side. So whatever we say is one, whether it be in a Gantt state or a nano state, we're not specifying which one, but that one is an inertia field of two. And then those inertia fields come together and they create two. So coming together of two to create one, and then the coming together of the two ones to create two. And so we understand why there is some confusion. But what we have to understand in the Magravity energy transfer state, there is a balance of the magnetical gravitation overall. So within that context, within that context, we have a Maggrav condition, but overall, there is a Maggrav condition. And so we have to understand that relationship because that also contributes to the conservation of energy. And that's what we're discussing today because we have Maggrav pathways. We call them fields of attraction and fields of repulsion. And so they give us a feeding and a feedback, if you will. So the feeding is part of the magnetical field forces represented by the outintensity of the field, whereas the feedback forces are represented by the gravitational field forces deep on the intensity of the fields. And both the electron and the neutron have this, but we all know that the electron is different from the neutron. And here clearly we can see the difference, can't we? I guess it all depends on your point of view. And we've been saying this all along because people don't understand the cups of life and how important they are. Because we're bringing together the regular atomic science with the monatomic science and creating the GANS science. And it's all done through the understanding of our inner space where our emotional strength resides. And in that, we create the emotional cup and the physical cup. It stems from our emotional strength. So the two are intertwined, as are all the Ganses. They all become a radiance manifestation of our emotions, not just the CO2 and the calcium GANs, but the zinc and copper. Even water is a GANs and amino acid is a GANs. And then, of course, we can see we even have the gold GANs. So for all the gold diggers out there, there's hope. And if we include the cup of soul and we find that each one, whether it be an emotional, physical, or the soul cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship, but collectively, all encompassing, all three together have a magnetical gravitational relationship. So each one is an inertia field, and the combination of all three of them becomes an inertia field. This has always been very hard to understand because we've always been in a battle with me, myself, and I, and be the lonely one. The lonely one, the only one, and you're never alone. Because when we look at the cup of the universe, we have to understand that we have two hemispheres in our brain and they work together. There's a cooperation. Not only do we create the copper GANs, which enhances our physicality, but we create the zinc GANs, which enhances our emotional construct. And then we have the carbogen, which connects to the rest of the universe. And the coming together of these fields of 1 + 1 + 1 creates more than 3, which is our physicality, which is very, very gravitational. And of course, the Earth has its own grand central inertia field where we have different Ganses on the Earth. So we have to understand that the way that we are created, the Earth is created the same way, except that there's a sequence here where the Earth has priority. And so where did all these Ganses come from? Because it certainly didn't come from us, even though we made all these Ganses, but we were able to make those Ganses within the Earth space. And so these Ganses were here actually before us. So that's kind of cool because we know that we have a periodic table of consistency where we have all of these elements coming together and we can see them because we can see the laminations, we can see the striations and the formations, and they are buried in our soil or they're in our environment, whether they be liquid or gaseous, and each of them has a gradient in terms of mass. And so they become more dense. So we start with the hydrogen and we migrate through the periodic table of consistency, identifying the Earth space range details. And the key factor is the density. They become more and more dense. So why are we migrating towards this density? And what is the result of this eventual migration? Well, of course, it's the solid, isn't it? It's the stone. It's the rock. It's the hard-hearted ones, isn't it? It's the darkness, isn't it? More dense. So in the beginning, in this darkness, we had the neutron, which came before the atom and the PM tick, because the atom was created from the neutron. And we said, let there be light. So we created an atom and we created a PM tick, which came from the darkness. And so 1 and 1 and 1 came from 1. So 3 came from 1. So in order to understand the principal matter, we had to understand that the PM ticks came and they came together and they converged. And they converged together and created the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, which are different energy states. But they come together to create the one conversion of what we call the plasma gen, which is an inertia field. And it's in a Maggrav condition, which means it's balanced. And that Maggrav field has to have an environment. So that environment had to come together to bring together the antimatter, dark matter, and plasma gen, and also go through the same conversion. Now you have these two fields come together and they interact and they create another inertia field. And that becomes our Earth space, our one planet. And so that was the delivery of the principal matter to our Earth space. Then we have more that transpires. So we understand that the energy that comes together to create that field has to have a balance. And that balance is coming from multiple directions, multiple strengths. And once they come into contact together and they have this common denominator and they start to interact, but there has to be a relationship. There has to be a balance. The magnetical gravitational relationship. We call this the NP junction, the negative and the positive. And so we find that the negative rotates counterclockwise and the gravitational positive rotates clockwise. And so we have these opposite rotations and they come together, but we all know that the Earth rotates in one direction. So depending on your point of view, if you're standing in the North Pole, you see the rotating hemispheres are rotating counterclockwise, and if you're standing in the South Pole, it's also rotating counterclockwise. So how come these two hemispheres rotate together, and yet we have one planet that rotates in only one direction? And that is because these higher energies have come together as an inertia field, and they've created a manifestation which we call physicality. And so it's on that physicality that we create our physicality. And so our physicality is riding on the physicality of the Earth space. And so when we look at our physicality, we have to understand that it is constructed the same way. So we see the Earth has two hemispheres. Well, you know what? Our brain has two hemispheres as well. And so now we understand that there has to be a uniform activity with respect to both of our creation, humanity, and the planetary, all made the same way, because it follows the man-made laws. And those man-made laws are truthful. They cannot lie because they're coming from the universe. They come as principal matter. It's an energy pack, and as such, it's nicely parceled. So within that package, however, as it comes and interacts and creates this field, we see that there are different layers, there are different densities, and different things happen. And as a result of that, we have different things in our matter plasma dimensions. So some of these plasma dimensions are very gravitational, where they're physical, so you can touch and see them, but others are plasmatic, so they're magnetical. You can't touch them or you can't see them, but they are there. So they are part of the feedback and part of the feeding process, and they work together. And man is feedback dominant because we only see the one field. We don't see the inertia creation. We don't see that field as a product of inertia coming from two other fields. So we know that we can bring two physical things together and blend them together. But we can take two plasmatic things and bring them together and create a physical field. So we've proven that with the cups of life. So it's time to accept the reality that the inertia feeding of one is a combination of the smaller field with the larger field, which creates a balance. And so that creates a feeding of one. But which one? Because we find that there are three dimensions and they come together. They create more than three because we still have the first ones. And so that's why when we're looking at the surface to volume ratio, we find that these dimensions balance out and they create three feeding dimensions. But the feedback dimension is our experience. It includes the feeding dimension and the results of these feeding dimensions. And we don't lose the feeding dimensions in the creation of the product dimensions. And so we get a chance to witness this. So our observations are our feedback. And if we don't understand it, then we have to fudge it. And we say, okay, we believe our experiences. But that experience is the product that was created by our belief feeding. This is the belief that we have to incorporate into our understanding of our science. And we've had multiple opportunities to prove that. So instead of migrating towards our experience, we need to migrate towards our beliefs. But our beliefs need to be true. When our beliefs are being deceived, then strange things happen. And that's the difference between clean water and dirty water, because the water here represents exactly what we're talking about. Water is nature's solvent, and it creates this energy parceling unit where we have the two hydrogen and the one oxygen. So when we talk about the density, the hydrogen is significantly lower density than the oxygen. So the hydrogen is magnetical and the oxygen is gravitational, but the water molecule is around and it is in balance. It's a maggrav. So how do you get this balance to come out? So there are other factors at play. And so the water becomes a product of these factors that are at play. And so the first factor, of course, is that we have the gravitational conformation of hydrogen being the first element, the least dense. And then it converts its fingerprint into an emission spectrum, which is a color fingerprint. So we know it's hydrogen on Earth, or it's hydrogen on Mars. It's wherever is hydrogen. But what we are seeing is a gravitational tracking system like you get from your courier, and you know that it's come from somewhere. So what we relate to is the magnetical field of the sun, the magnetical field of the earth, and the magnetical field of the creator. And all of these come together, one plus another one, and they come together and they create more than three, because we still have the one and the other one and the other one. And so coming together, we have many more fields, and the same thing happens as we progress through the periodic table of elements. And so we see the oxygen doing the same thing, but the oxygen is more dense. So there's a migration somehow to go from the hydrogen to the oxygen. And that migration reflects the density difference between oxygen and hydrogen. So then we see that this is all part of the nuclear feeding inertia. So every density becomes a fragment of the complexity, and it's part and parcel of it. So we see the coming together of one dimension being in the matter state. We see the coming together of another dimension being in the dark matter state, and then we see another dimension coming together in the antimatter state, and they keep feeding. But the product develops and manifests as part of the nuclear field. And all together, we see the interaction of the plasma fields coming together. So that these fields are all part of the conservation of angular momentum. So we see that the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia plus the angular velocity. So it's a relationship of angular momentum, and it's inversely proportional to angular velocity. So the moment of inertia is conserved. The greater the angle, the less the velocity. So we have a gradient momentum. We see it as part of the rotating field where the energy comes from the higher to the lower. So that tells us there's a magnitude and a direction. So think of it like a cartwheel, or think of it like you're holding a ball on the end of a string and whipping it around your head. And you see that there's a gradient momentum as it goes around. And you balance that. But that momentum is translated into a density gradient because there's an inertia accommodation. So if the inertia were at zero, there would be no change in angular momentum. And that conservation of momentum then would be a catalytic conversion. So you can rotate that ball on the string around your head, and it will maintain the same distance away from you. But if you were to suddenly interrupt that rotation, say with your finger, and as the ball rotates around and winds around your finger, you'd find that density gradient increasing. And the string would get shorter and shorter and shorter. And if you weren't careful, eventually that ball will come so close to you, it might even hit you in the head. And wouldn't that be a better lesson? So, but because we maintain our intelligence, we maintain our density, then we have a magnetical consistency. And the electron-proton relationship and the electron-neutron relationship is done the same way. There's a relationship between the magnetical electron and the gravitational neutron. So the electrons rotate around the dense neutron, and it's consistent. So that consistency reflects a captured field. But that captured field has multiple layers. And so each of these layers get smaller and smaller, so they become more dense. And in the physicality, these captured fields represent not only multiple layers, but multiple densities. And then within them, multiple spheres. And there are many, many multiple spheres. So if we just look at the basic spheres and say, okay, well, by the color, what does it mean? So we find that the most dense are the violets, and the least dense are the reds. And then each one in between becomes a migratory field. So the green field is, shall we say, more dense than the red, but less dense than the violet. So how do we migrate? Well, it all depends on how things come together. So one of the ways we can do things is by blending. And so when fields come together from one system or from another system, they could come together and just put everything together, and we call it the black hole. Or they can spread out and become what we see the gravitational conformation of humanity, where we have 8 billion of us or more. And if we understand about life, so it's beyond humanity. We're talking about the horizontal and the vertical people, and the numbers are off the charts. Then we all understand that the gravitational conformation involves all of them, and they all follow the same rules, and they give us a diversity. And this diversity is very interesting. It's what makes life so interesting, fascinating. It's wonderful. For a lot of people, it's grounds for confrontation. And so all of this angular density represents kind of a falling. And so we have to understand that this falling is like an increased density, increased pressure, and of course, increased gravity. So this angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And so we go from emotions of happiness to emotions of anger, and we have to contain our excitement in both directions. So we are going through a whole process where, if you will, this momentum, it's like a folding action, where the arms of the rotation come together. And so on the one side, when the higher drops to the lower, they fold into density. They're winding. But when they go on the other side, then they start continuing rotating in the same direction, but now there's an unfolding out of the density, an unwinding. So that folding momentum goes two ways. And that folding momentum is absolutely important with respect to our physicality. So it looks like a clock, but we have broken clocks. So some of these broken clocks are folding clocks, and some are unfolding clocks. But whatever they are, they're at least correct twice a day. And so every day, the time repeats. And as the clocks turn, they kind of create a sine wave during this migration, which means that every time the Earth rotates around its axis, which is one day, time also migrates. So today is not the same as yesterday. Today is more dense than yesterday. Maybe we can't notice it, but the Earth rotates and migrates towards density. And every time it rotates, it becomes more dense and more dense. The Earth rotates around the sun. It takes 1 year to rotate around the sun. Every rotation becomes more dense. So this year was not the same as last year and will not be the same as next year. Time also migrates, and so it becomes more dense. So over a period of time, and you see, well, how do things migrate? How do things move from the less dense atmosphere to the more dense water to the more dense solid? And then how do they move from the more dense solid back into the less dense? And that becomes a sine wave during this migration process. And it goes both ways. So now we see that when we look at the Saturn's rings, they are visible, and these rings are demarked with visible shadows. But clearly the body of the planet is different. So there are gaps. There's gaps between the rings and the planet. There's gaps between the rings. And these are different densities. So this is the winding and the unwinding of that rotating field. And whatever it is a product of these two other factors that come together. And that product is what we call an inertia field. So that creates this circular motion, which we maybe say is like a cartwheel or a tumblewheel, but it is a plasma field. So it's a coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state. It's a three-dimensional, and they come together because they all have a common denominator. And that common denominator allows them to become more dense. And then at some point, they transform from the density of the plasma to the density of the physicality. And so the density of the physicality is more dense than the density of the plasma state. The physicality is the lowest energy state. But according to the periodic table of elements, there are degrees of density in the physical state. So we see there are degrees of density in the atmosphere, there's degrees of density in the liquid state, and there are degrees of density in the solid state. So with the auras, you know there are degrees of density in the emotional state. And so, in other words, to understand density, it isn't just circular, but it's a migration. And gravity seeks density. And this density operates within the Coulomb barrier. And so the magrav is constantly in balance. That's what makes a magrav. So if we stay within the Coulomb barrier, that's fine. But are we isolated from the rest of the universe? Or do we interact with the rest of the universe? So from our point of view, we don't see the connection. So without seeing that connection, maybe it causes us to be, shall we say, a little bit emotionally unbalanced because we tend to forcefulness. And so we don't understand that the forcefulness, which we interpret as aggression, is very dense, so therefore very gravitational. And it counters free will, which is magnetical. But there's another forcefulness, it's called determination. And since that determination supports free will, we know that the free will is gravitational, so the determination becomes magnetical. So the inertial outcome is based on our emotional forcefulness. And in either case, there's a balance between the magnetical and the gravitational. We have to understand this because we understand now how we have this dependency in our humanity civilization to maintain this contentiousness. So, we have this basic warmongering by race, color, religion, belief, or nationality, outright war. So this is not the way we were created. All what it says is that the density migration caused the creation and the manifestation of the earth space, caused the manifestation of our inner space and our physicality. It's our lack of understanding that created this manifestation of contention, dependency, not understanding how that product was made, not understanding that other field forces came together, and not understanding that the motivation of these field forces are the motivation of the motion, which comes from emotion. There is no rule. There is no commandment that says, thou shalt be one color or another, and thou shalt be more equal than another. But there is a rule that says, thou shalt not lie. And the reason you don't want to lie is because you don't want to be found out. And it helps your contentious dependency. But your dependency depends on your deception. And that's a deception to others. But you cannot deceive yourself. It doesn't matter how dense you are. It all comes down to the same thing. There's a core dependency. So there's a relationship in what we call the electron and the positron. There's a relationship what we call with the neutron and the proton. So it's just like you and your shadow. There's always a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. You just have to figure out, in which direction is relevant for you at that time. Whether you're a scientist, whether you're a miner, whether you're a military man, or whether you are a peaceful man. And so we see that one of the big contentions is the hard-heartedness that we have on our planet, which comes from being devoid of emotion, devoid of empathy for the human, devoid of empathy for the horizontal people or the vertical people, just a sheer love to abuse, even to the point of being abused. So, gold diggers are not restricted to just miners or men. It's a universal hard-heartedness. So it's emblematic of the greed. So what we see is that greed is a magnetico-gravitational relationship. But it operates within a field of a magnetico-gravitational relationship. Those two fields are the constructs of the inertia fields that create the product. So whether it be an emotion or whether it be a physicality, it manifests. And whether it manifests in the plasmatic state or manifests in the physical state, those two still play the game. So you can choose to agree or not to agree. So last week we talked about how when you take your hands and align them in such a way, then you can see that each finger represents a field strength, and you start at the lowest strength and with the physical, and you move on up. And in order to move on up, you have to drop one and pick one up. So you eventually get up to your soul, which involves nothing physical. So during the daytime, the awake time, we are very physical. When we sleep, we drop the physicality and we work in the plasma state. So the realm that is a combination of the soul state and the body state is also a MAGRAV condition. So the field that we operate in contains various positions within that field. And we can migrate through different energy states. So we can migrate from the physical state through the intuitive, through the astral, through the spiritual. Well, the earth can do the same thing. And so as we realigned our hands to incorporate the difference between the earth state and the man state, we find that the earth migrates from the earth's core, and it migrates to man's condition because the earth has to be here first. So before the man comes here. So our position on the earth is migrating between a connection from the earth's core to our soul. So there are connections in between. So in order for us to maintain our physicality, we need to be balanced between our soul and our emotions. But if we become too hard-hearted, then we become more like the Earth's crust, become more like a stone. So when we talk about the stairway to heaven, we don't have to just go step by step. There are many steps in between. So as we're going from the simple and unstable to the complex and stable, this is a density step migration. And through that, time also migrates, but within the range. So whatever step you're on is between the upper step and the lower step. And so this is the stairway to heaven, and you can make heaven wherever you want. So is the density hardening your heart, or is the density contributing to your strength? Not the same. Not the same. So understanding the direction of the flow, when we look at if we have aggressive chakras, whether that's in our mental condition or it's manifest in our physical condition, understand that operates within a range. But the same is true with the passive chakra. So we can be passive in our thinking and passive in our actions. But if we have a responsibility, we have to be active within that range. We have to be responsible within that range. And so we can address our emotion within that range and understand that the humanity has to create this inertia shielding to shield ourselves from the hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm. So it's a two-way street. It's the natural creation, which is the maggrav plus the magnetical, and the natural decay, which is the maggrav plus the gravitational. One is the emission intensity, one is the absorption intensity, and there's a balance. So that balance is a product of what you give your time and attention to. So that becomes part of your intention. And to understand that that intention is a maggrav, and it's an inertia field. It's a charge inertia. What are you feeding magnetically? And what are you feeding gravitationally? And what are you combining with? What are you making happen? You, what are you making happen? And how are you communicating that through? So, can you do good if you don't think good? Can you do good if you aren't good? Or what does it mean to be good? And is it good for you and your self-serving needs, or is it good for others? So we have to understand that being good for others fulfills our self-serving needs. Because otherwise, you are living in Hooliganville. And that becomes part of your earth space, your transmutation state. That becomes the convergence of the different fields. And each of these fields is a combination field, not just from the earth space, but from other space, another place, outer space, that outer space transmutation state, the coming together of good intentions, good thoughts, the warm-heartedness. So we work within a range. We work within a range of the universal community. It's on our earth space that we work within a tighter, more dense area. And so when we look at the migration of density, we just see what the context is with respect to our earth space, ignoring the fact that it also involves outer space. And this is going to come about because we are getting interaction coming through this black hole transmutation, where we have the magnetical gravitational balance on the pH in our physical state. We also have it in our transmutation between our plasmatic state and our physical state. And then we also have, of course, our interaction on the plasmatic state, where we have the balance of the magnetical gravitational fields on the pH scale, don't we? Because we have the same thing, the inertia of the mind, where that comes together, not only with the soul of the man, but the soul of the earth. We have to tune into that. So that becomes the soul of the physicality and inertia manifestation. So when those souls come together, then we can create the physicality of man on the physicality of the earth. So whichever way you want to add it up, 1 + 1 + 1 is always more than 3. And there's more than one equation to take into account, because it's the balance of these two equations, the soul of the earth and the soul of the man, that creates the inertia of the mind. And so we can see that because that's part of the roadmap to the plasma highway. So we have to understand that there is a deficiency, about 20%, from our feeding, because we're feeding and then we're feeding back. But that feeding back is robbing us because we are suffering from a density migration. We need to enlarge our schemes to understand that our density and the creation of our physicality, the creation of our emotionality is all part of the grand scheme. And the rules are the same. And so we can migrate beyond our density. And so that becomes part of the learning curve, excuse me, to understand that the creation of the universe happens because of the existence of energy. So the energy is always positive, but the charge then reflects the motion. And in that motion, there's a direction. And if there's a direction, that means it's coming to or going from. So when we look at the universal order of creation of matters, they're coming together of the three different matter states of different energies, and we know that they came together from something, and they're going to interact with something else. And so that creates another product field. So this is how easy it is for us if we understand that our physicality comes from our soul. And if only that soul would tune in and turn on to the energies of the universe and drop out of this resistance so we can receive that energy. And then we can fashion the pattern to get that energy. Because the energy always follows a pattern. So when we're looking at the migration, which is really a substitution, it's a transference of gravitational dominance. So at that point of substitution, the intensity equals zero and the outintensity equals zero. So what are you going to substitute? You are going to have a confirmation of what remains or a confirmation of what dissolves. So that substitution point is within the black hole field, but you don't just stay there. You keep moving. Excuse me. So you can step through all the various densities and understanding that going from the monatomic to the polyatomic, from the atomic field to the plasma field, from the Coulomb barrier to beyond. It goes in both directions. And you can step through these densities, but you don't have to step through one step at a time. You can step from the physical field to the plasmatic field, and from the plasmatic field back to the physical field. So we are coming to the conclusion of an era, the Sanya beyond era, where we've seen the Earth-space consistency regardless of where we are on this planet. There's gold in them, there are hills. And so what we see with respect to our understanding is that we are just small spheres of density. And with that density, it creates baggage or burrs which cling to us. So we see that this Earth-space consistency, and it is a reflection of our addled little brain. And we see the outer space consistency, which is being suppressed. This picture of our physical dimensions is on the wrong side of the transmission dimension. And our emotion and our soul understanding is on the wrong side of the transmission dimension. You just have to flip things around. Because when we flip things around, then we start to gravitate to the less dense, but the higher strength. There's a difference. So this is the pH magrav, where the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition. We see that with our magrav reactors. Let's look at it with the blue planet here, where we see that the intensity and the outintensity are balanced. But within that range, we can have any coming together of the various dimensions. And they can move along and migrate from one pH to another pH. We know that because we have pure water, we have polluted water. We have beautiful parks, and we have dumps. So the pH of peace on this planet has many points on the field strength of the dove. And that's what we need to do. We need to bring together the great minds, the great scientific minds, to bring together the plasma science, do the research, because we've only scratched the surface. The peace and prosperity is on the other side of the watershed, and we have crossed that watershed. So now it's actually much easier. As we've been doing the transmutation flight training tests, we will have one more session from this round of 3. But the difference is the equipment that we used at the beginning is now obsolete. We have migrated to another energy level, and it is truly marvelous. So now we have to let the world know, because the world wants to know, because the world wants peace and prosperity. That's what they say every day, and they don't get it, because the range transition transcends this inertia field of the transmutation dimensions. So the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, tetravalent bonding attributes, but it creates a lot of possibilities. So this containment of this inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. Not to say that someone is more equal than others, because the soul of the man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. And so the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man. And the integrity is at the core. So we need to set up our antennas where we have this message feeding and this feedback manifestation migration. So we can navigate by the transmission tuning transition, where we select one force which is magnetical and balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force. So the resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation. This selection manifestation is predetermined because it's determined by you being able to enlarge your schemes of reference. You can also encapsulate the schemes of density migration. So your emission of intention consistently affects the standard folding deviation, whether you're winding or unwinding, and leaves no room for war by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome, and it becomes part and parcel of the range of the whole universal community. So our anchorage, yes, it's the soul to the blood and the blood to the earth. And so it reflects our gravitational density, but you decide, you hot-blooded or warm-blooded or cold-blooded. So that affects the peace and harmony within your greater oneness. And so you have a control over that. And so we have to augment our reality to understand that there's a flux and a flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance. So we can intensify and extensify what we are. We are and we need to be connected. That connection supports the flux of continuous change, and that connection is hooked on life. 586 weeks, we brought the Knowledge Seekers workshops to bring you the greater oneness. But that greater oneness message has been coming for millennia. So it just appears here on Easter that we suddenly are transcending the limitations of nuclear science. Compared to the migration of time, it appears like it's happening suddenly. But through our generation, it's not happening suddenly enough. So let's understand that we are on the verge of a technology release. Let's understand that can't sleep when our beds are burning. So this planet needs a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, and a political rescue. And it's a convergence of these forces that are coming together and migrating in density to increase the field strength, to understand that all of us share this planet. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings of plasma science. So let's welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers from this planet and beyond to learn about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. You have a chance to choose it. Sign it. Sign it with true intention. The more we sign, the more dense we get. The more dense we get, the more strength we have. So is the momentum of inertia a paradigm starter or a stopper? So where self-importance is that winding river of the inertia of adulation, or is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella, or is it a fountain? Is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? We talk about that today on Easter. How do we impart the importance of self in a universal context? Migrating towards density retards the progress of the new physical transmission dimensions. So plasma science is delivered daily via the Peace Dome and our wish in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Again, it's a lot to sort of comprehend and understand. I know when I did the transmutation in the reactor group, I didn't have any consideration of spinning or black holes or anything. And I believe it's all within ourselves. But the foundation, with whatever they used, was able to trigger something. And I don't know how. I haven't been able to replicate that experience again in the same way. But I know that this group of 5 or 6 people will experience something similar, maybe even more. And I was thinking, imagine if the religions wouldn't have misled us to abuse us. This world might have taken a totally different path in a way. But maybe it had to be set that way for certain reasons. I don't know, but we didn't have to go this way. But now that we're in it, we need to extricate from it. Still use the physicality without a doubt, but also expand this energy understanding. So let's see if any of the participants have a question or a comment they'd like to make. Maybe something in the workshop you want to share, or maybe one of your own experiences. I think they all got it, Alex.
Yeah, they do. They have been here a long time, and we have some newcomers as well. But the thing is, you cannot continue doing something and not learn something from doing it. That's pretty near impossible. So just the sheer presence is teaching us, and that's the whole point. Life is for learning. So, how much do we learn? Well, what's the limiter? what's the limiter to that action? And each of us has different limitations, but the ultimate limitation comes to our belief, because that belief is the truth, and nobody knows the truth better than you. So if you're lying, if you're successful in your deception, if you are successful in maintaining that deception, so which requires more energy, maybe you brag to someone, but the truth within knows that you're a liar and knows that you're violating universal law. And that's the harsh reality. And you can ignore that because it's a slow migration to the hardening of the heart, and it will continue. If you already have a lack of empathy for humanity, you're well on your path to becoming a stone. And that is the end. So does the means justify that end? Only you know the truth. And that becomes the key issue.
Yeah, I have enough trouble corralling myself. I don't need to worry so much about what the others are doing. I think this whole project is about finding out about ourselves and what we understand and what we're capable of. I'm not so much interested in finding out who's lying or who's not. And as we heard in the last workshop, the soul is not fooled. He mentioned this very wealthy man who had a beautiful wife and beautiful children, but he still wanted to possess things that didn't belong to him. And the soul of the wife apparently felt that and created a cancer in the right breast and so on and so forth. So I don't think the souls are fooled as much as we think we're fooling them in the physicality. He gave a couple of examples about that in the past.
That's true. But if we understand what cancer is, it's a migration towards density. So the reason that we're doing that, because inherently we believe that there's no other solution. So the migration towards density ends up being in a what do you call it, a strategy, right? Exit strategy.
Exit physicality.
Well, exit your situation, right? I'm a prisoner in the physicality. How do I extricate myself from that prison sentence? And so we find that it's because we allow the prison keepers, the wardens, to have the luxury of the belief that they can do that. And as long as we reinforce that, then they will reinforce their own. And it's not enough for them to learn from the consequences of that, because in order to carry on what they're doing, they have to migrate towards density as well. So they become part of the problem. Like, think about this. The prisoners are in jail, and the prison guards are guarding the jail. In order to do that, the prison guards are also in jail. So who's not in jail? The prison guards or the prisoners? So the truth is that they're both in jail. So why do we have to do that? And it has to do with our lack of understanding that there's a universal law. And as long as we ignore that universal law, it is inevitable we migrate towards hardness. So is that the only direction? No. And that's the whole point. So how do we impart the importance of self in a universal context? Well, we have to look at the universal context and how it functions and govern ourselves accordingly. Carry on, Mark.
Yeah, I was thinking of that Supermax prison in El Salvador where they have a lot of their own population in there, and apparently they're accepting from others. And I know we can do something to alleviate those conditions within those facilities. Whether it's in the United States, there's so much abuse going on in there, putting people in solitary for years and the rest of it. So I'm looking forward to the time when we can elevate, even though they're prisoners and they've done something wrong, we can create a better condition and probably teach the plasma science within the institution, as many of them have learned to play chess or learned to play bridge or other things and actually can do quite well, even compete with people that have been playing for years and years. So I'm looking forward to when we can elevate the souls that are incarcerated, let's say, for whatever reason, or they've joined a certain gang or other things and they've made some mistakes and now they've done some wrong things, but I think we can correct this. And there are millions within the United States as well as in many, many other countries. We can't even imagine the conditions and what goes on.
There are those who think that we're in a prison planet.
Yep.
So, if we were to do a jailbreak from this prison planet, why wouldn't these incarcerated men or women also have a jailbreak? It stands to reason, doesn't it? Why would you have one and not the other?
So I believe we'll be able to reach out and touch many, but the commandments didn't work out so well, did they? I think they're taking a different approach now. We're not going to teach the physicality to reach the understanding of the soul. We're going to elevate the soul, and that's going to teach the physicality, the correctness. It didn't work out so good, as I said earlier, especially the one thou shalt not kill. Yeah. So we're moving into a whole new understanding across the board: wellness, science, space travel, energy production, and all of the offshoots that come out of those disciplines.
So, Mark, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you're enjoying this series. We're coming near the end of the Advanced Inertia series, and I'm hoping that the message that two fields come together to create a product field, I hope that message is getting through because that's the whole drumbeat from the Inertia series. And I'm hoping that next week is going to be, shall we say, a lot of fireworks, but on the peaceful side.
Yeah, I was just looking in the transcript about what he said about you don't need any wormholes and black holes and transmutation system. It's been within us. We called it a dream. Now that dream is a reality, which we deny to ourselves. So I think the denial factor is, if you say you're right, you're right. If you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't. So I think it's up to each one as an individual to stop denying this dimension of energy that we're so involved with that we don't realize it. I mean, from taking 80% of our energy from the universe for traveling across the universe when we sleep, and so many other things. Communicating with the children or relatives on that zero time communication line. Having that image of the mother that we miss, or so on and so forth. So we've been doing a lot of it, but it just isn't popular In other words, it's not, everybody's not talking about it. So as they do, I think the whole humanity will experience this. And again, it's being gifted to us in a way, especially with the feeding, to move you away from killing, even though I never considered plants or animals a part of that killing process. I thought it was our right. Again, going back to the books, holy books, which gave us that dominion over everything. But now we're really here to serve the creation, not to so much take from it. But again, it's for each one to explore and understand for themselves. I don't think I can convince you of that till you convince yourself in a way, or show yourself or understand through your own understanding that this is the process of creation and servitude of the others, that they do better. You're there to serve them in so many ways, which is a hard lesson for most of us because we've been so ingrained into taking and storing and not sharing. But it's moving. It's moving slowly, but it'll move in a much, much bigger way. Anyone else? Is there somebody else who'd like to add something? A comment, a thought, a question that might have been on your mind? Alex is more than willing to entertain and share. Maybe as we gain more confidence, people will open up more. I don't know, but it's fine. We're all here. We're all connected as I see it. And if you're not using your voice, that's fine too. I think when you go into space, you won't have that mouth in the energy dimension, and you'll be communicating through the emotion.
Well, let's remember that everybody has to convey the message on their own terms, how they understand it, and maybe they have to make it even simpler for some people. Now that's not a condescending comment. That's just a reality. That, I mean, people have different education, and you get into a different environment, and you have to tune it accordingly. But as long as you understand the message and the meaning of the message, if you think in those terms, then you will get there. It's like walking. If you have to visualize, putting one foot in front of the other foot, that really slows the process down. But if you look at your destination and you say, well, I have to go there, you don't think about putting one foot in front of the other. You just go and you get there. And so regarding the environment, that affects how you go there and get there. So we do that in our physicality. We have to do that in our social interaction. And I think we're all realizing that there's a lot of deception in the shall we say, social community. And it's
Yes, there's a lot of peer pressure. Most people want to be overheard saying what they think is acceptable to be said and not buck the trend or have the mob sort of insult you and the rest. So, but it will come. There absolutely it will appear, and people will, especially when they start feeding and doing other things, and they're wondering, how is this happening? I'm not eating, but yet my stomach is full. So I think we'll see more and more of this as time goes on, as these beautiful systems are introduced to humanity.
it was disconcerting to me to hear Mr. Keshe talk about the possibility of getting censored on platform X. I didn't even think that that would be possible, considering all the braggadocio that I've heard coming from the Muskows. But if that is in fact in the cards, then I think it shows a retroaction.
Yeah, I think he's more on top of the teachings than maybe we are, as he has a couple of senior Iranian scientists working on his team. And as Mr. Keshe indicated, they watch all of the workshops Very careful.
Alex, because their true nature is all scam. I mean, they just did all that to get power. Their true nature is scam. So it's not surprising if they do that. And it shouldn't surprise anyone.
No, but what we do want to see is that scam be exposed, and they will do
Right,
it on their own.
right. But it's just people are gullible and they keep buying into them. That's the thing. They're gullible and they keep buying into all they do. Once a lie is a lie, they can't change it. I mean, they're creating an environment for the foundation to be known, which is a blessing in disguise. But the true nature of what they're trying to do is still nefarious.
Well, like most people, I've been forced to log into the X platform to see Mr. Keshe's postings. But that's about the only redeeming factor. So the rest is indictment of the human condition.
And of course, I'll just share this more recent post. I think this was on the 18th. And you know, when I was reading the books, I remember, well, again, I'm not sure. He said most of the universe is made up of dark matter. And here, a potential dark galaxy, one made primarily of dark matter, may have been spotted in the local universe. Mr. Keshe goes on to comment about this: materials and galaxies cannot be made of dark matter and be considered as creator of black holes. We also put that link to the paper, which is going to work in tandem, I think, with the new paper that's coming out, the Cosmic Ray Understanding. But I had remembered from one of the books that most of the universe is dark matter, but not perhaps the creation of materials and galaxies. It's a transitional matter, as I understand it. And again, what looked to our side of observation as black, be it matter or galaxy, this color of observation is simply orientation line of observation and could and is matter to another observer of different position and magnetic field strength. So based on your field strength and your observation point, as he said with the car, when it's coming at you and you see the headlights, it's gravitational, but as the car passes you and you see the tail lights or the red lights, that's magnetical in a way. It all depends on your point of observation. So again, Ike, I think you're more blessed than Elon Musk, even if he is the richest man in the world, because you probably understand more about the creation than he does. So we, in a way, have to have a bit of mercy on these people. And I know Mr. Keshe said that some of these world leaders or some of very diabolical people will actually be quite an asset to the foundation once they're turned, and once they've come into the deeper.
That's true, and I believe in that. I'm not even forcing on it. They will have to come around at some point. They're just an asset for us now.
Yeah.
Well, there's something I want to mention. You're talking about dark matter. Mr. Keshe said is the principle, right?
Yeah, he said that black material, the nano coating, is that dark matter. And as I understand it, the transitional matter or the dark matter has huge gravitational fields in it, where the principal matter can actually go through the transitional matter into the matter state, or it can go directly back and forth. Again, there's more that I don't understand at this point than I do understand. But as he said, Ike, with this planet, we could have easily gotten rid of this planet. But they had patience and thousands of years of time to bring us to this understanding. So can we give the same? Can we afford the same to some of these people like Musk and others? Like the Pope, perhaps, and others? I don't know. I think we can. because they're all connected and they're all part of the creation in so many ways. It may take them time to elevate, but even once they get into the universe, as I understand it, they may not have gone too far out of this even solar system, because we had where we sort of interacted with some of the prophets of the past in some of the sessions earlier on, I think in 2024. Are you going to punish a child that doesn't understand? Not really, even though some people do publicly. But I think we're more forgiving, or we're not really forgiving, but more accommodating, let's say, that we can, again, the stronger feeds the weaker. So that's our position, is to elevate them, even if they go above our level of elevation, which is fine.
So we don't want to be the magnetical to their gravitational. In order for us to feed and to emit, we have to connect to another gravitational field, and that's our soul. So they have to connect to their soul. That's as simple as that.
Any other points, comments, questions, disagreements, perhaps? And of course, this is another point that the Christians all missed, was the gift of the three wise men to the Christ child. And if you can incorporate this into your life, it's easier said than done. Thinking good, speaking good, and acting good, you create a beautiful shielding, and in a way, you're not offending so much, because I think even our thoughts can create those plasmas. Maybe you have someone has done something wrong and it's a hate, and we look at Mr. Keshe, even the one that poisoned him, or other situations where he invited them back to be part of the foundation, to illustrate the next book. I don't know if I could bring myself around to that. I'd want nothing to do with that person ever again. Almost banished, but Mr. Keshe seemed to be so open to sharing. So again, practice this understanding, and it's for you to apply it to yourself of the three wise men. And of course, I think as you do that, you'll be proud of the work you do, and you'll be proud of the person you are, and you'll be proud of the difference you're making. So these two combinations, I think, are very important. The thinking, speaking, and acting. And again, it's much easier, like the commandments. They were easily delivered, but they certainly weren't fulfilled. But now we're taking a different approach, elevating the soul, touching, reaching the soul. As Mr. Keshe said, that's what these monthly sessions have developed, that we're able to now reach the soul of the man through these systems, which will elevate the physicality, rather than giving an instruction in the physicality and then hoping the soul will reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man, which didn't work out so good. And I think that position had to wait until the communication systems were in such a development phase, even though I think that was gifted, as we heard earlier about Colonel Corso and some of the things that he channeled off into manufacturing and other companies to develop some of the alien technology or something. We had to wait to get to this point that the communication system would be worldwide, instantaneous, and be able to reach all. As Mr. Keshe was saying, he would just like one channel on the X satellites, the Wi-Fi system, or some of the Chinese satellites, to start changing the whole structure on this planet. And again, it's a gift. I don't think it's anything we've done to develop it, as we know. Any other thoughts or comments? I think you've stunned them, Alex, with your in-depth teaching here, sharing. Okay, let me go back to our presentation. Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end. Are there any other thoughts, comments, questions exceptions, or something you just like to bring to share? Alrighty, then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all for being here. And again, it's no coincidence that you're here. There's a bigger order of work that we're going to be doing, whether it's here on this planet or as we go out into the universe, and maybe we can start practicing pretty soon. I think you can do it now. And again, it's just so out of the ordinary for most of us to imagine that this dimension of energy and fields and traveling could even be possible. But in time, it will work for everyone. And this is the whole process of elevating the entire humanity in one general go, as they say. Okay, thank you all for being here. Continue to hang in there because there's so many beautiful things. And again, we only know about 5% of the development of what's going on in the Keshe Foundation. So there'll be some massive surprises, even for the knowledge seekers, as I see it at this point. Just the way we hear things in the workshop that we've never even considered. Well, I think there'll be systems and things that are happening that we could never imagine or even consider these things would be possible. But it's possible, and it'll be shown in very near future. Thank you all again, and have an amazing rest of your day. Okay, we have another stalled video that doesn't want to move, so we will go back and close that and retrieve. We have to work with what we have. Sorry for that. Let me move this one into position and hopefully it will play.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.